Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Sisi vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Mko tayari? Mko tayari?
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candy Talk Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place so fast, and of course, majority of our political activities are leading the country into a place of unease by reason of the ugly situations of the resurgence of violence. The old KANU youth wing style of politics seems to be back in town. And, you know, William Ruto was one of the leaders of the old KANU youth wing. It appears that he's gone back to the old KANU book and picked up the aspect of violence against opponent political parties. We saw this in Busia when Raila Odinga and the ODM brigade were there to recruit new members for the party. We had two factions, the ODM, of course, and then another group of youth that came to disrupt the ODM program that had been, that was being presided over by Raila Odinga in the recruitment program. And then, of course, also today, we saw the same act happening in Bungoma, where youths are alleged to belong to Ford Kenya. They were Tankula political party coming to disrupt ODM recruitment political program. Now, this is where I begin to get kind of worried, because these things that are happening are not anything new. If you've been here for a while, you will notice that is the old KANU procedure of trying to contain the country and put it under one party state by demonizing other political parties, and then, of course, by zoning different regions and saying this is an ODM zone, this is a Ford Kenya zone, this is a KANU zone, this is a UDA zone, and therefore no other political party should have any expressions in those particular regions. Now, when this begin to happen, then you know it's a recipe for conflict. And of course, it is a threat to our multi-party democracy. We have had a smooth operations of different political parties operating in harmony and people respecting whatever, agreeing to disagree as far as politics is concerned. And we had a harmonious coexistence of different political parties in the same place. But now this one that has come up, that you see for Kenya youths going to disrupt an ODM program, then this is not in order. And so it's something that we all need to attend to. And then, of course, William Ruto was in Kitale, had a hard time to sell himself to the people as he was heckled in several places. Kenyans seem to have gotten it to the ultimate. They don't want any more promises. They don't want any more lies. They want the truth, nothing but the truth. Another ugly scenario that is resurfacing into our politics again is the impunity. Now, you all remember William Ruto claiming that the judiciary is under siege and the judiciary has been taken over by the cartels, and therefore the rulings that are coming from there are not the right ones. And so he's ready to defy court orders. I'm sure you remember that. Now, one ugly situation took place today in Eldoret when the member of parliament, Oscar Sudi, led the youths to dispossess somebody of his 20-acre land, who had all the court papers proving that nobody should interfere with that land, and that land is legally his. But the owner of the land was kicked out, his properties taken over by this rowdy youth led by Oscar Sudi against all court orders. Now we're seeing that impunity emerging, and that means, despite the fact that Martha Koome, the president of the Supreme Court, is calling for dialogue, the UDA fraternity is not ready for the dialogue and is not ready for ceasefire. They want to go ahead with defying court orders and doing what they want, mpende musipende. And so we are faced here with a scenario whereby people lift up the constitution for the sake of the constitution, but what they really want to reign in the country is impunity, number one, And number two, the dictatorship of one man against the rest of us Kenyans. I'm happy that you found time to join us on Sound Candy Talk, even as we dive into this emotive subject, which I believe we have much to say. I call upon each one of you to be on the forefront in joining the show, and then, of course, reminding somebody to join and participate fully. Well, the link to use to get in the studio, let me put it in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I want to encourage us to ensure that we are the ambassadors of what we are doing right here, right where you are. Don't watch the show alone. And please, if you are a subscriber, it is now your responsibility to get me at least 5 to 10 subscribers under your name. Get for yourself disciples that have followed you to Sound Candy Talk. I believe when we do that, we'll be growing, we'll be steady, and of course, we'll be upholding what is valid and what is right. We are one channel that seek to be the balance of all the alarming and, of course, sensational analysis that is taking place on the platform. We really seek to be authentic, we seek to be sound, we seek to be accurate in confirming our information, and then, of course, insisting on what is right. We are not here to confuse you. We are here to see to it that you get what is valid and what is right. I really want to appreciate every one of you. Thank you so much for always being here. And then, of course, we'll ensure that you don't get bored following us. We'll give you the right show that will help you make sense of our senseless politics and senseless politicians. I will salute a few of you. And in the meantime, please make sure you are inviting somebody. That number of viewers, I wanted to get to 100 plus in the next 2-3 minutes. So please be on the forefront. We started in good time today. I believe we will sustain this. So usichelewe. Chelewa, utakuta mwana si wako. Karibu lakini. Mzee Michael Ngike, karibu, anasema we, kumedoka. Ruto must go. Ruto must go ASAP, no matter what. Manyani prison. Haya, mzee huyo ameamua hata mahali pa Ruto kupelekwa pashachaguliwa. Wakenya wasimame imara, waokoe nchi. Dahid Abdi, karibu kwa show. Salome Amashibo, karibu kwa show. Anasema namba 2 leo. Okay, thank you. Karibu kwa show. Freedom, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Charles Green, hello to you. Welcome to the show. MNA, karibu sana kwa show. Asante kwa kuwa hapa. Esther Stoll, welcome to the show. Tuni Hamud, our own permanent secretary. Asante sana, karibu kwa show. William Adilo, karibu kwa show. Tunakushukuru tu sana. Christine Mukami, karibu kwa show. Anasema okay, thank you. We'll deal with that. Okay, Simba Omar said, we salute you. Karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Anasema Zakayo must go. James Mtiso, tunashukuru kwa kuwa pamoja. Naomba tumakinike, tusonge mbele. Ubuntu, dada yetu huyo, barikiwa. Asante sana. Tunashukuru. Nancy Mathenge, karibu kwa show. Tatu Juma, we salute you. Welcome to the show. Please, let's keep going. Let's keep reminding each other to be here and, of course, kick off the show together, even as we ventilate on what must be done to salvage this country, regardless of huyu Mato Makandetsu unasema nini? Nasikia Ruto has ordered cameramen to stop streaming when people started heckling. Did you see Kitale wazimu kamera mara that? Huko lazima asalimiwe. Kwanza sasa sijui Kakamega itakuwaje, kwa sababu Kakamega huko ndio mayai inatembeanga. saa hii ni kubaya. Ruto is going to have an anticlimax in terms of his pursuit of the presidency, because he's doing poorly like Moi did after 24 years. Unfortunately for him, it's just the first year and everybody's fed up with him. He did his mathematics wrongly, and so is suffering the consequences of which, in my opinion, we have no reason to sympathize with him. You can't go against Kenyans, seek to establish hardships for Kenyans and expect to be saluted and then, of course, to be celebrated. I want us to start on that note of the resurgence of violence, even as we bring in, I can see public participation. Na wengine wote tu tafadhali tumia hiyo link, ingia kwa studio. Hii ni open forum ambako wewe na mimi na wengine wengi tunapaswa kupeana maoni yetu na mawazo yetu kuhusu jinsi siasa zetu zinakwenda. So it is not me coming to analyze politics. It's not a monologue. It's supposed to be a dialogue where all Kenyans come together and speak out what is ailing the country as we seek for the best solution. And so don't wait to come in late. I'm happy the number of viewers is increasing. Please, let's be on the forefront. Unfortunately, apologies again, we are not able to get to our Facebook page. I don't know who is fighting us from there, because I think we were to be restored early this morning, but it appears they are giving us limited access to Facebook. And that's why we're encouraging you, please follow us on Twitter, which is now called X, and then follow us on TikTok. There is a lot of good videos there that you can enjoy as we are working out modalities to be streaming live on all those platforms at a go. For now, we are live on YouTube as Sound Candy Talk Live, 2 YouTube channels. And then, of course, if you're looking for us on Facebook, get our live feed, which is active right now on the Kibali Lounge. Kibali Lounge Facebook page, that's where you will get the Facebook stream. So kina Adriano na wengine wote wale utufuata kwa Facebook, samahani tena, Facebook bado imeleta mushkil, lakini naamini kwamba tutaweza kutatua na tuendelee na matangazo. Kwa hivyo tufuate kwa Facebook kwa Kibali Lounge. Look for Kibali Lounge Facebook page. Follow the page too, and then of course follow the program from there. So right before I bring in public participation, let's look at the scenes of violence by reason of opposing political parties and not letting other political parties do their political activities in the pretext that this is a zone for so-so political party, which in my opinion is primitive, backward, and unacceptable at this time and age. Karibu sana kila moja.
Mkutano wa chama cha ODM huko Bungoma uliohudhuriwa na kinara wa chama hicho Raila Odinga ulitatizwa kwa muda baada ya makabiliano ya vijana wa Azimio na wale wanaodaiwa kuunga mkono Ford Kenya katika uwanja wa Posta mjini Bungoma. Kinara wa chama hicho Raila Odinga amekuwa akiendesha shughuli za usajili wa wanachama katika eneo hilo la magharibi ya Kenya. Baada ya mkutano na wajumbe wa chama cha chungwa katika kaunti ya Bungoma, Raila Odinga aliandamana na viongozi wengine hadi uwanja wa Posta ambapo walikuwa na mkutano wa hadhara. Hata hivyo, mkutano huo ulisitishwa kwa dakika chache baada ya vijana wa pande mbili hasimu kukabiliana. Mkutano huo hata hivyo uliendelea hapo baadaye, na Raila Odinga alimtaka Rais William Ruto kuacha kuhujumu uhuru wa mahakama.
Nasema njoo sisi tuongee. Sasa nasema mimi nakubali sasa. Tuende kwa pamoja, tukae pamoja. Bwana, hiyo hatutaki bwana. Wewe simama imara bila ulisema ati mahakama iko independent. Mahakama inatoa uamuzi kulingana na sheria na katiba ambayo iko pale. Nikienda pale nikitoa ushahidi ya kutosha kusema hii ushuru ni juu sana, punda amechoka, basi amue hakuna hiyo.
Okay, huyo ni baba akizungumza kuhusu ile mazungumzo iliyoitishwa na President of the Supreme Court. Anasema Ruto naye anakubali haraka haraka hivi. Ni kwa nini? Kuna njama ipi? Karibu tuendelee. By the way, I should remind you of the poll question. The poll question is on Sound Candy Talk Live as well as Sound Candy Talk. And today we are asking a different question from our political questions. The question is, are you satisfied with the handling of the Shakahola death cases? Are you satisfied with the handling of the Shakahola death cases? Will justice be served? Make sure you like the video before you cast your vote. So it's important that we also dive into that because Shakahola is a mark that cannot be ignored of the lives that went down by reason of following what is known as false doctrine. But there are other things surrounding the Shakahola that maybe we'll dive into it later on. But we want to see your response. Are you satisfied with the handling of the deaths at Shakahola? Is the government doing enough? Will justice be served? Let's see your response by reason of your casting your vote. Public participation. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good, Pastor Bernard. I greet everyone. Asante. I greet everyone who is listening to us, who's on the comment section and listening on the various platforms. Azimio yote inawezekana. So today I was looking at the news and then I saw that a certain lady approached the president or Zakayo that her shamba has been grabbed by somebody. So that shamba, there was a court injunction or a court order that it remains with a certain guy who was there. I don't remember his name. But because apparently that woman spoke to the president, so now Sudi went and mobilized some goons to come and destroy whatever was there. So they are already starting to show their true colors in terms of that now they are the ones who are going to be the court. Because if the court has put an injunction and then you come and do your own things, that means what you are the ones who've become the judges. Because I saw Sudi saying that, you know, this ruling by the judge, it was not the ruling by the judge, it was not correct. So if it's not correct, now what? Sudi is the one who is going to be the judge of the issue. There's a reason why you have law courts as arbiters, so that you don't become a banana republic. We don't resort to the kind of violence we saw or the kind of destruction we saw being done on the property of the rightful or rather the one who the court recognizes as the owner. So that's where we are going. We are going back to a point whereby a court order means totally nothing. And Zakayo and his team, they are the alpha, they are the omega, they are the executive, they are the parliament, they are the judiciary. That is all what they want. There's nothing else. Because you could see Sudi very confidently saying that no, the court order, whatever orders were made, they are not correct. So, you know, Bernard, we are slowly going down to anarchy, because it's how anarchy starts. And you know, like yesterday I was talking about, when I got cut off, I was talking about the security situation in Kenya. You know, even all these things we are seeing, like this most recent one, for example, for the foreigners, Kenya, even forget about mambo na visa, Kenya has become a dumping ground of all kinds of people. Bernard, right now, if you are in the, let's say you're in the CBD.
Just a moment, public participation.
Yeah.
Let me just bring up that Sudi video so that we get the perspective, and then we'll continue.
5 families in Eldoret are tussling over the ownership of a 20-acre piece of land that has been in contention for the last 1 year. This comes after Kapseret legislator Oscar Sudi led a group of youth in demolishing structures on Wednesday, sitting on the contentious piece. Now, the incident comes just 2 days after a woman laying claim on part of the land allegedly sought audience with President William Ruto's help in occupying the property. And as Laura Otieno reports, the latest victim of the tussle has furnished Citizen TV with court documents granting him ownership of the land and condemning the demolition, which he says plunges the country into the dark days of disregarding not only court orders, but also basic human rights. Take a listen.
Scenes from the Kamagut farm in Uasin Gishu County on Wednesday morning. A group of youth armed with crude weapons are seen bringing down this structure. The crowd was allegedly brought by Kapseret legislator Oscar Sudi to oversee the demolitions on this expansive 20-acre piece that has been in contention between 5 families, each laying claim over the land. In this video taken 2 days ago at Kamagut area, an unidentified woman is seen talking to President William Ruto, who then summons the Kapseret MP. The woman in question now revealing that she sought help from the head of state to repossess the 20-acre piece that was allegedly grabbed from her and 2 other families.
Tuliongea na rais, yani tulikuwa classmate na yeye. Sasa rais akakuja kutusalamia. Nikashika yeye hivi akanisalamia, alafu nikaongea nikawaeleza hii maneno. Niko nje, shamba yangu imeng'anyang'wa na nini na wakora. Sasa president akasema na nani najua hiyo maneno. Nikaambia Sudi anajua. Sasa akaita yeye Sudi ndio akakimbia akakuja tuongee.
However, in correspondence seen by Citizen TV, a magistrate court in Eldoret delivered a ruling on 2nd of September 2022 declaring Paul Kira Samoei and 2 others as the bona fide owners of the land. In an appeal at the High Court in Eldoret, the court made a ruling in favor of Kira in January 19, 2023. Kira watched helplessly as his structures were torn down in complete disregard of the law.
Tumepeana title yetu, hata ile receipt tumepeana iko kotini, hawachaleta yao. Leo mheshimiwa na wao na watu wengi wakaja wamepomoa nyumba, wamechukua manyumba zenye zilikuwa kule, wamechukua vitu mpaka hata na saisi hatujui ng'ombe zilikuwa kule, kuku. We had projects nyingi.
In his defense, Kapseret MP Oscar Sudi joined in the onslaught against the judiciary, insisting that Kira is not the genuine owner of the land in question.
Kuna ukweli ukora kwa mahakama. Na ni watu kutoka tribe moja ukifuatilia vizuri. Hii makesi yote ya Eldoret, we must do something. Hatuwezi kubali kuendelea hivyo. If there is anybody ako na question mark ama ako na tu sababu ama ako na nini, awachana na kila mtu anistake mimi.
I don't know where mheshimiwa alipata wapi nguvu hiyo, ingawaje hatutaki kusema ati vile alisema yeye mwenyewe ati ametumwa sijui na nani. We don't want to say yeye mwenyewe ndiye alikuja.
For now, Kira, in possession of court documents, has been rendered homeless as he waits to see how the incident will unfold and whether the arms of government would shield him from the reigning impunity. Laura Otieno, Citizen TV.
Okay, that is how things went down by reason of one Oscar Sudi claiming that the ruling from the court is not accurate. Of all people in the world to judge against a judgment from the court, I don't think Sudi qualifies in my humble observation. But that is the kind of Kenya that we are in now, that somebody gets a ruling from the court and then he goes to interpret it the way he likes. And if it doesn't suit him, he gathers his goons to go and execute an order that does not exist. This is not the Kenya we bargained for. This is not the Kenya that belongs to this time and age. Whatever William Ruto and team are up to is not good. Let's engage. Keep inviting somebody. Remind someone. And then, of course, if you are not yet a subscriber to Sound Candid Talk, please subscribe. Make sure after you subscribe, you help another person to subscribe. If you're not yet a member of Sound Candid Talk, please also consider joining and become resident at Sound Candid Talk other than being a passerby. Asante sana. Back to public participation. You can now prosecute your case.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. So I was saying that we are slowly sliding into anarchy. You could see that case, what happened with Sudi. And clearly, Zakayo is on the warpath with the judiciary. So he's looking for all avenues to, incite the public against the judiciary, to disrespect or disobey the court orders. He's just trying to use intimidation to show that Mpenda Msipende, you'll have to come to my line. You'll no longer be independent. I'm the one who will be telling you what you're supposed to rule. And that one, you saw it very well with Sudi when he said that mahakama imeamua vibaya, mahakama imeamua vibaya. So is he now the Supreme Court? Is he the Court of Appeal, or on what grounds? Because I thought these orders, they're supposed to be final, and if you want to appeal, then you go to the appellate court and high court, whatever. But now Sudi has become the overseer of the judiciary to know that which decision is correct and which one is not. So anyway, that is Kenya for you. My main issue, I think, I'm really asking myself, what is the state of security in this country? Because I think I want to talk about the women who are killed or butchered, and we see, and even in Shakahola, we see the kind of laxity which police in Kenya have. For the first lady, the one who was a sister to Kanyari, so many people had reported that guy. So many had reported him, even not exactly in faraway police stations, even in the police stations which are near where he stays. Nothing was done until now somebody had to die. Now here we are with another case of a girl, a 20-year-old girl, a student, has been butchered for rituals, or I don't know what, she was being butchered. I don't know what they're doing with it, because they have gone with her head. So I don't know what is, but you see, Bernard, we have a problem in this country of lawlessness. We have no checks and balances. Immigration is being bribed. You can be a crook and come. So many crooks are camping here in Nairobi, particularly. Because all what you need to do, you have a criminal case, you have whatever, you just bribe immigration and then they allow you in. At this point where we are, if you are in the CBD, you will see or on the roads, whatever, you'll see some Tanzanians who are selling njugu karanga. You'll see some Ugandans who are selling like bed sheets, za kutembeza. You'll see Rwandese, you'll see Burundians. And you ask yourself, is this their household really maintaining them? Ama behind the scenes they are doing some other legitimate business which we don't know about? Kenya, I think that if freedom, freedom comes with responsibility. You can't just say, let's remove visa. Let's remove the visa and everybody just how? Because even before that, no visa, the foreigners were, the influx was too much. There's no checks and balances. There's no intelligence. You cannot just allow somebody you don't know to just come and stay in your country. You don't know what they're doing for a living. In Mastarehe too, they don't have anywhere. They go to work, but they have money. What are they doing? They're selling drugs to our children. Here they are now. They have started slaughtering people for rituals. like what they do in Nigeria. The government, Kindiki and immigration, they have to take a stand on this issue of foreigners in Kenya, because, and you know, the worst thing is that it's not the good foreigners who come, it's the ones who they have already messed somewhere. Kama kulikuwa there was a Congolese who killed a lady, a lawyer. That guy had a record of, he had almost killed another woman in South Africa. That's why he came here when he's running away from the trouble which he has in wherever he came from. So Kidure must tighten the belt, because we have seen, I know he's a genuine person, but I hope he has seen the kind of laxity we have, or rather the security apparatus in this country have. Because like when you go in a normal country, when you enter in, they know about you, the intelligence will investigate you, so that we see terrorism or whatever. And the same case is what happened in Shakahola. People are reporting, oh, my child is missing, my wife is missing, my husband is missing, my brother, my sister is missing. And the cops just brush it off, because you know the culture of this country when it comes to police. Your job is here to protect what, it's a job for you to come and collect money for yourself. So when a cop is entering in the police station in the morning, is reporting, the thing that is on his mind is how much can I make in terms of bribes. He is not thinking about how many people am I going to protect. Yeah. In fact, I have heard that like some of these Nigerians, they normally marry maybe and they are not in the country legit with correct papers. The ones who sneaked in or used fake passports, like what happened to the guy who was a suspect. He was caught in the airport when he's having a Mozambican passport, and he's about to board the plane to go to Abuja. So you know, a country has to have systems, checks and balances. So when it becomes no impunity, like it's a banana republic, everyone can do. That's when you find these people are entering in, including terrorists like Al-Shabaab. They'll find it very easy for them to come in and do their terrorism acts, or like the Nigerians to come in and sell for the drugs. Now they have gone into now selling body parts. So I think our country, we are not on the right path, just to be very honest. And if nothing is going to be done, particularly me, I'm really insisting on this issue of foreigners, because I know the kind of harm which these people are capable of doing if we continue letting them just go scot-free. And furthermore, they're not even monitored for them to be, when you go to a new country, you have to give out your details. What are you going to do? The concept of nyumba kumi. So that you can just allow anybody at you just come. And then of course when you do that, when you open the door for them, it's not the good ones who come, it's always the worst and the ones who are running away maybe from the law. So we really want a situation whereby Kindiki takes control and flushes out the system, because right now the way the system is, it's clogged, because everyone is in a feeding frenzy. There's nobody who is thinking about the work that is supposed to be done. People are like, how can I eat? How can I get something? How can I eat from this, my job? And as they are doing that, these foreigners, they come, they bribe them, they enter into the country, then they come and harm our people. Me, I'm telling you, Bernard, maybe you'll ask somebody else. There are too many foreigners in Kenya. The number of foreigners which people are like me, when I think about how many foreigners do I meet in any other particular time or day, it's not normal. These foreigners are too many, and they need to be assessed, all of them. Do they have legal papers? Those who don't have legal papers are Rudisho call. So that's my comment for now. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you, public participation. I agree with you. Our borders are porous, and of course, the measures of people getting in the country and staying in the country. Okay, there is that leeway of us being a free country where our freedoms are a bit, uncontrolled, unlike other places I have been. But these freedoms, like you well put, comes with responsibility. Our failure, in my opinion, is in our not being, our failing to do what the law requires us to do. Na hiyo ni tabia moja ambayo Wakenya lazima tujihadhari nayo, kwa sababu tumefikia mahali kama jamii, tumefika mahali ambapo sheria ziko tu kwa kuandikwa na kusomwa lakini kutekeleza na kuifuata ipasavyo imekuwa sasa ni kama inaitwa nini, silaha ya kutumia kutoza watu hela. Okay, so wewe unaelewa sheria inasema nini, umepata mtu amevunja sheria, wewe badala ufuate apate kuadhibiwa kutokana na kutofuata sheria, wewe unamfuata kumshinikiza kwa kuwa amevunja sheria akulipe ili umwepushe na nini, na hiyo adhabu inayotokana na wewe kufanya nini, na yeye kuvunja sheria. So the law in Kenya exists for reading and of course being used as a tool to extortion money from people who they are supposed to be protecting the public from. And so all this Al-Shabaab getting into the country, and now these killers that are getting access into the country. And of course, we are not saying that all foreigners are killers or foreigners being in the country is a bad thing. But we have crimes everywhere. And so we cannot just be people who want to, you know, let everything and everyone do whatever they want to do and wish to do within our borders. And of course, the number one responsibility of any government is to protect its people. And the first place for you to protect the people or the public is to secure the people from any external aggression. So hii story ya polisi kulipwa ama kupewa kinua mgongo alafu wanasahau jukumu lao la kulinda wengi wa Wakenya, it's a very, very big letdown, and we really need this to be changed. Our culture has to be that of ensuring that we really value life and want our country to be safe and secure. And this even spills over to our forms of making money. Okay, look at the kind of drugs that are on our shelves in the chemists. Okay, look at the kind of goods, even those that have been, you know, declared to be unfit for human consumption. Kenyans will find a way of repackaging those things and putting them back to the shelf just to make one extra shilling, even if that is going to kill Kenyans. That culture has to be stopped. And the only way to stop it is for us to begin to value life and, of course, respect other people's right to life. Because if, well, sukari hii may expire, it's been declared is not fit for human consumption, but you still have got a conscience of repackaging it and selling it to the public without caring how much damage you're causing. Wewe police ambao uko kwa border, unalipa mshahara, unapewa allowances, kazi yako ni kulinda nchi. Lakini wewe ndio unapewa nini, kinua mgongo, unaruhusu wahalifu kuingia kwa nchi. Don't you have a conscience to think about how many lives you are putting at risk? Ukiruhusu Al-Shabaab wawili, watatu, wanne, watano waingie kwa nchi, how many people are you putting at risk? Ukiruhusu wahalifu waingie, wale wanauza madawa kulevya and all man, how many lives are you putting at risk? Are you at peace with that the lives that are going to be lost will be required over your head? Is that what you seek? And so tukubali, kama utaki kulinda nchi, basi achana na hiyo kazi, mwingine apewe nafasi ya kutumia hiyo nafasi nzuri ya kufanya nini, ya kulinda Wakenya. And so things in this country have all been reduced to tools for making money. And this quest for money is just becoming something else. It's becoming something else. And so like naona Ulele TV anasema kitu kuhusu Shakahola. Anasema inaonekana Shakahola ni sio swala la dini peke yake. It could have been a place for doing the market of selling body parts. And that is why it was a thriving business. So this one that they are hanging on the neck of Mackenzie, it could be Mackenzie's just a scapegoat, because the people who are investigating this thing, it is shredded into mystery. It's not open. The information that is coming from there is scanty, and all of it. Why is that the case? So mimi kile nashindwa ni kwamba mbona mtu aende kufungua biashara ya kuuza mili za sehemu za mwili za binadamu, na ufikie tu kiwango ambako unaleta watu, unatoa body parts, watu wanakufa, unawazika na unaendelea tu, alafu tena unataka kuwa public officer. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. So let's get back to our senses and realize that it is our responsibility to do what is right for the country, for the sake of future generations. This hunger or whatever greed for money and, like what Oscar Sudi is talking about, shamba limepeano kwa mtu through the court. And then you disregard the court order, you go and get the goons to go and take over the land without the papers. The court has already declared itself. So instead of you going to fight the case where it's supposed to be fought, you go and get physical simply because you want to rob somebody of his 20-acre land or whichever piece of land. It's not right. And it doesn't go down well for the country or for the community. I still call upon us. Let's be on the forefront as we participate into the show. And of course, don't forget that we are looking at the resurgence of violence in political rallies, something that we had forgotten under Kibaki and under Uhuru Kenyatta, but we are seeing it coming up again. And then, of course, if you are not an ODM member, what are you doing in ODM rallies? If you are not an ODM proponent, what are you doing in ODM recruitment rally? And then you get there and begin to cause chaos. What is this all about? Let's look at this keenly. And then, of course, the impunity. We've had these cases. We had that family in Karen that were being dispossessed of their land where they have been for 30 years. Somebody just comes from nowhere and says he has papers and he's now the new owner of that land. Now, this impunity has to be brought to a halt at this time before it runs out. Because if this continues, then nobody is going to own anything. Itakuwa title deed ile uko nayo is just a piece of paper. And of course, the court orders you get is also just a piece of paper. And usipotingiza ama kucheza ngoma ya UDA, bas mali yako itavamiwa, itachukuliwa na utadunini. So that has to be stopped. And so Kenyans, this is a time for you to be vigilant, to be sober, and ensure that you stand for what will outlive you and what will stand the test of time. I want to appreciate everybody who is joining. Please, let's keep inviting each other. Let's keep joining into the show. Mlango wa kuingia studio bado umefunguka na kusubiri ukuje kutoa maoni yako hapa tunapojadili masuala haya. Hii violence ya KANU inarudishwa na nani? Ni ile ambayo unajua William Ruto alikuwa mmojawapo ya KANU Youth Wings. Wale walikuwa na disrupt mikutano ya Matiba, mikutano ya Jaramogi, mikutano ya Kibaki. Wale ambao mnakumbuka hao Youth Wing, wale walikuwa hawezi kuruhusu Kibaki akienda mkutano Kericho, waruhusu Kibaki afanye mkutano kwa sababu wanasema Kericho it is a KANU zone and nobody should do any other, from any other political party, do a political rally there. So is William Ruto reverting back to the old KANU book and bringing up again the KANU youth wing, now UDA youth wing, that are out to disrupt other political activities of other political parties? Tuzungumze ya maswala. Judith Okemwa anasema the root cause is Ruto's ascension to power. All the scam has come out of the woodwork, because the environment is conducive. After all, the leader of scam is in State House. Now, this is partly what we were talking about here. When William Ruto gave those assertions, I think I'll be getting that video to play again. Ambako William Ruto alisema hakuna watu ambao wako na shida na Wakikuyu kama sisi wa Kalenjin, lakini inafika wakati unatofautisha mambo. Unatafuta serikali kwanza, ndio ukishapata hiyo serikali utaitumia kutatua matatizo. So swali tunalouliza ni kwamba sasa vile wamepata serikali, saa hii ndio wanatatua matatizo. So Oscar Sudi anatumia serikali kutatua matatizo kwa kufukuza huyu bwana Kirwa, kwa kumnyang'anya shamba lake la 20 acres akitumia vijana. Let's weigh on this. I know this is a sensitive matter, but it is important that we speak up lest nobody says anything about it. Thank you so much. Charles Green anasema the government was part of what was going on in Shakahola. Okay, according to Charles Green anasema the government was part of what was going on in Shakahola. We cannot even rule that out because Mackenzie has been spotted in State House several times. He was part of the pastors who went to cleanse State House in the name of intercessors. He has been seen in several meetings led by Rachel, the wife to William Ruto. And so Mackenzie is not a stranger to William Ruto or to Rachel Ruto. So if he was the high priest at Shakahola, then that's why the Ruto family has some questions to answer if we want to get to the bottom of what was going on in Shakahola. But from the look of things, there is too much cover-up taking place. We just need to have an overhaul of this country so that we can get to the bottom of some of these things. Kulingana na mimi, hii ni si ufichuzi, ni kuficha ukweli ili watu fulani wasipatikane katika maovu haya ambayo yametendeka. Liz Emma anasema we Kenyans cannot recall the president if we found to be a scam. Are we helpless? We sit and wait for him to destroy Kenya. Something is wrong with us Kenyans. Haya, Liz M ndio huyu anauliza maswali makali. Kwani sisi hatuwezi muondoa rais wakati tumekundua kwamba yeye ni muongo na yeye ni tapeli, yani mtu ambaye haezi kuaminika? Tutangoja tu mpaka nchi yote iharibike, ama tutachukua jukumu la kusema hapana, enough is enough? Hiyo inanikumbusha ile advert ya kuzusha nikirejea kwa public participation, ambako kuna kampeni ya dereva akianza kuendesha gari la abiria vibaya kwa mwendo ambao haufai. Wewe kama abiria upasi kukaa tu usema you are helpless, you are not the driver, upelekwe, ukifika salama sawa, usipofika salama basi. Anasema wakati unaona dereva either anaendesha akiwa kwa simu ama atilii maanani, yuko steady, ni jukumu lako kuzusha, okay, ili you call him to responsibility. You don't just sit there and wait until the vehicle is plunged into the ditch and lives are lost and destroyed along the way. I don't know how long Kenyans still want to see that the driving of William Ruto and that of Gachagua is not safe for the country. I don't know which other signs Kenyans are waiting for. I don't know which other signals Kenyans are waiting for. From the look of things, this kind of driving is not safe for anyone if we really want to have this country secured for the future. So kama dereva afanyi kazi yake vizuri, zusha. Na sababu ya kuwa na kipindi hiki na vipindi vingine tu ambavyo tunafanya hapa ni wewe kupata nafasi ya kufanya nini, ya kuzusha. Hatutaki Kenya iangamie ukiwa hapa. Kuna sababu Mungu alikuumba na akakuweka kwa Kenya katika wakati na saa kama hii. Na mojawapo ni kwamba una nafasi ya kuzusha wakati unaona nchi inapelekwa vibaya. So don't sit pretty. This is the time for you to raise your voice. Let your opinion be heard. Stop tolerating the intolerable. Stop understanding the ununderstandable, and do what is required in safeguarding this country. Now, back to public participation. Ili swala la nini la insecurity, haswa tukirejelea hiyo swala la mwili ingine imepatikana ya mama ambaye ameuawa tena, na inaonekana this thing of targeting women or predating over women and terminating their life is something that is beginning to be like normal in the country. I want you public participation to weigh on this from the aspect of our societal norms, not just on the issue of insecurity, but what is this that we seem to be so easily to be preyed over, especially as ladies? Public participation either. Okay, it appears public participation is not there yet. Well, we are taking a short break. Please, while we're on the break, make sure you are voting. And then, of course, you are participating fully in inviting somebody to endelee na kipindi vizuri. Let's get a short commercial break. Tunarudi.
Majina yangu ni Brian Ngika. Na nafanya kazi ya beauty, kazi ya kunyoa, kushuka dreadlocks, kufanya massage na hata kupaka kucha. Na mtaa ni mtaa wa Airways hapo Zebra Utawala. Yeah, na unatazama Sound Candy Talk.
Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Mtaa ni mtaa wa Airways hapo Zebra Utawala.
Tuko na njaa. Oi Gachagua. Oi Samoei na Ruto, tuko na njaa. Nikizani marafiki yanyu. Tuliwachagua usiku wa manane. Nisikia ni kutoka Romuruti. Romuruti kwa na njaa. Hakuna kitu iliyo kwa hapa Romuruti. Gachagua, Ruto, Gachagua, Ruto, sikizani sisi. Hii nyumba nimebeba. Amelala njaa siku 3. Mimi nimelala njaa. Hakuna kitu ya kupeupwa. Hakuna kitu mimi nakula. Gachagua, sikizani kwa huruma. Gachagua, Ruto yetu. Sikizani huruma yetu. Gachagua, Ruto, Ruto, Ruto.
Kilio bado kinazidi kutanda katika nchi kwa wote ambao wana finyiliwa chini na sheria ambazo zinatengenezwa na serikali ya William Ruto, of course, na kudorora kwa uchumi. I believe you know that the shilling has now crossed the 160 Kenya shillings against $1. I think it had already reached 162, and that means things are no longer the same on the ground. So that outcry is very much around, although the Kenya Kwanza administration would want you to believe otherwise. The truth is mambo si sawa kwa ground, na kwa hivyo lazima to makinike. I will share a video on messaging by the ODM fraternity, even as they were on the forefront of recruiting new members. And of course, we all need to appreciate that our political our multi-party democracy requires for the country to have strong political parties, not political parties to be vehicles for people to use to get into office and then they dump them. That's one way of weakening the country and weakening the politics of the country. Although we can see some of the what are they called? The Kenya Kwanza administration is not keen on strengthening political parties. If there is anything, the Kenya Kwanza administration is keen on killing political parties and making them as weak as possible. Now, when that is happening, many Kenyans think it's just, you know, a Ruto against Jubilee, or it is wherever people, it's just normal political rivalry. It's not normal political rivalry. The people who are threatened by strong political parties will always prey on political parties to weaken political parties, because that strengthens their political mischief. And of course, they are finding a way around the law in getting away with messing up the country. So when they begin to mess up with political parties, the next thing to mess up is the livelihood of Kenyans. Just like Kenya Kwanza was a minority in the current parliament and was a minority in the Senate. But what happened? As soon as elections was over, there are people from Azimio who crossed over to Kenya Kwanza. That is irregular, that is unconstitutional, that is against the law. But what happened? After they crossed over, now the minority became the majority and the majority became the minority. Now, all this happens because it destabilizes the political structure. And when the political structure is unstable, what follows is that the whole country now gets affected in one way or another. And that's why we're encouraging you as a Kenyan. Don't dismiss the participation into political parties and being a member of a political party, an active one for that matter, because that's where the genesis of our politics take place. Whatever that does not enhance our politics, whatever that does not enhance our political party strength, then is part of what is weakening us as a people. Then that's why I love the politics of the past, where people were clear on ensuring that if you are Kadu, you are Kadu. If you are Kanu, you are Kanu. And of course, you had to be an active member and, passed down the ideology of whatever political party you belong to. There is one guy here who is giving a scenario about our Kenya Kwanza administration in a very interesting way. That's what I want to share before we move further into what went down in Bungoma with ODM recruitment program. Let's listen to this guy as he deconstructs Kenya Kwanza as a useful administration.
Is not a useless administration. It is a useful administration kwa sababu inaweza tumiwa shule as a teaching model on how never to govern a country. As a teaching model on how horribly to run a state. Yani watoto kama wako Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi na kwingine wanaambua sasa msiwahi fanya hivi. For example, Kenya. Msiwahi fanya hivi. For example, Kenya. Sai. Chancellor University of Nairobi. Patrick Fairkujen something. Hata wa Kenya hizi pronounce.
Hadi walikuwa na mdiso na metas ule anyway.
Yani uko hapa unatafutia wa Kenya job. Na job ikipatikana Kenya unatafuta mtu kutoka Dutch unamfanya chancellor wa University of Nairobi.
I actually find that shocking.
So ndio maana nasema the Kenya Kwanza administration mkitaka kufanya benchmarking on how never to lead a government, on how never to do things, mnatumwa Kenya kufanya benchmarking on how horribly you can run a state. Niseme hivi. Kenya sahi tuna import maize. From Brazil, sijui Zambia, sijui Tanzania, sijui wapi. And then mnachukua labor force yetu, mnaituma ikafanye job kwa hizo farms za huko. Hii inafaa kuwa bread basket. Mmechukua agriculture ambayo ni the backbone of the economy of this nation. Mmeiweka under somebody called Mithika Linturi. Who came and said mimi nikona, mkisema nikona cases, alisema na mdomo yake mwenyewe, nikona over 33 cases.
Alisema.
Yani tulitafuta Mkenya wa kuran the backbone of our economy. Tukaona mwenye akona 33 cases in case. And many of them are criminal cases of a very interesting nature na nyinyi mnazijua. We cannot even begin to think about a failed administration. Hii Kenya Kwanza administration ni the icon. Ukitaka kuclick on how not to run a government, una click on Kenya Kwanza administration, una follow example. Sasa mnachukua Kenyans. Mnasema mnataka kuwapeleka nje. Muambia wa Kenya for every 10 shillings Mkenya umake, ana spending more than 5 shillings China na outside the country.
That question.
Ile t-shirt umevaa ni ya China. Ile underwear umevaa 60 years after independence imetoka nje ya Kenya.
Hadi toothpick.
Unagetha mpaka toothpick. So ile kitu tunafaa kwa sasa tunaongea si vile tutatuma Kenyans China wakatengeneze toothpicks zitumwe hapa. Ni vile tutaanza kutengeneza handkerchief yetu sisi kama wa Kenya. Na hivyo ndivyo tuta create majob.
But in all fairness, Prezo alisema things are so bad, alipata vitu kama ziko down sana.
Boss, wacha nikuulize swali. Unatoka hapo unaenda kututafutia 200,000 jobs. Alafu unachukua 795 million ya kurenovate State House. Unajua 795 million inaweza employ vijana wangapi? Ikienda into biashara. Sometimes tukuange realistic boss. Wewe una renovate State House kwanza yenye uishi, most of the time uko kwa ndege, uko kwa hewa. Alafu unakuja unasema ati una try to create opportunities for young people na kazi zenye hazi exist kwa nchi zingine. Ni kama unazaa mtoto ukipangia venye atakuwa nakula kwa jirani.
Mbona unasema hizi kazi exist?
Ni wangapi wameenda? Mimi kitu nafikiria na hii gava yetu because naijua. Kitu ya first walifanya ni nini? Walipropose kuongeza bei ya passport. So wameona wa hype history ya Wakenya kwenda nje ndio mnunue hiyo passport iko bei ya juu. Mkishanunua hiyo passport iko bei ya juu, hizo jobs umeziona wapi? Wewe umeona gas ya shilingi 300.
Hata acha hivyo.
Most of the roads in South Sudan zimejengwa na Kenyan engineers. For your information. Na Kenyan engineers are revered in South Sudan. By the way, Thika super highway designwa na Kenyan engineers. Ni Mchinko alijenga, but everything about it was designed by Kenyan engineers. Na wali oversee. Our people are trained. Our people are okay. Ile kitu iko ni moja tu. Cost of doing business hapa Kenya iko juu tu sana. Na ukikaa mkuambia kama ulikuwa unasema ati walikuta vitu ziko mbaya. Mimi naambianga watu ni siku gani mtatake responsibility. Mnakujanga kila siku mnasema ni war ya Ukraine na ni war ya Russia. Na mimi nasema nakubali ni sawa. Juzi hapa kulikuwa na mswada bunge ya kuvote story ya taxation kuongezea bei ya mafuta. Si basi mliona wa Russia 5 wakiwa ma MP na mwapua mrefu hivi wakivote. Ama mliona ma Ukraine 5. Ni akina Silvano Sosoro, ni akina Dende Nyoro, ni akina Kimani Ichung'wah. Hao ndio waliingia bunge wakapiga kura wakasema tunataka Mkenya aongezewe mzigo mafuta kwa mabega yake. Alafu wakishatoka hapo wanakuja anawaambia bei ya mafuta iko juu kwa sababu ya Ukraine. Na ikiwa Mkenya unampigia makofi. Sometimes hata mimi nasemanga huyu Mkenya anafaa kupigwa makofi. Sio kupigia wanasiasa makofi. Mkenya ndio akona shida. Msee umemvota ende bunge akakutetee. Anaenda anavota anasema tuongezee mafuta by 8%, which is about 16-17 shillings per liter. Na hiyo inapandisha bei ya kila kitu. Alafu anakuja anakuambia mambo ni ngumu, tulikuta mambo ikiwa ngumu. Mlikuta mambo ikiwa ngumu mkaongezea ugumu na hamtaki kudiscuss hiyo story.
Ni Wakenya wana lack knowledge ama ya hizi mambo ni civic education tuna ama tu ni siwanga wa ignorant tu by bad.
Ni allow tu ni digress kidogo. Na nitakujibu na hiyo story na happen Mount Kenya. Jumi ni mswa Mount Kenya. Na kama huko Mount Kenya sasa sikiza kitu nataka kukuambia.
Fanya mambo.
Sasa mumeangaliwa mkaonwa kwamba watu wa Mount Kenya ni kama mumeanza ku come back to your senses. Ni kama mumeanza kufikiria na kuona muli make mistakes gani na gani. The same people wenye walikuja wakaambia Uhuru ni mbaya. Wamekuja sasa kuambia shida yenu ni Rigathi Gachagua. In fact yule mtu anafaa kuwatetea ni Dende Nyoro. Watu wa Mount Kenya na upuzi yetu sisi cause nitajieka hapo. Tumesahau shida yetu ni 1 man 1 shilling 1 vote. Sasa wazazi wote wanarudisha watu hii shule. Wengine wapeleka form 1. Ma MP wa those less populated areas wanapatiana basari za 20,000, 30,000, 15,000. Hapa Mount Kenya basari mnaweza pewa mkienda kama Juja mko 400,000 people mnapatiwa basari ya shilingi 800, shilingi 1000, shilingi 1500. Badala tukumbuke vita yetu Mount Kenya ni 1 man 1 shilling 1 vote. Tunaanza kusema vita yetu Mount Kenya ni nani atakuwa kingpin wa Mount Kenya kati ya Dende Nyoro na Rigathi Gachagua. Yani tumepatiwa kabait ka ujinga na tumekachukua na tumeanza kuran nako.
Let me ask you something for fanya mambo. Sasa ukiangalia vile president ameanza mwaka, we are also seeing there's a almost as if kuna positive trajectory na direction hii economy inaenda. Bei ya mafuta imerudi down by 5 bob. Bei ya unga inarudi down fiti sana. Things are stabilizing. Plan inaanza ku make sense. Am I right or am I right?
Ningependa kukuambia hivi. Number 1, bei ya mafuta imerudi chini by 5 bob. Hebu angalia Tanzania na Uganda imerudi chini by how much? Juu vitu zingine naweza hapa mfikirie mimi ni muenda. Angalieni Tanzania na Uganda yanatoka huku yameenda chini by how much? In fact wale watu wanaishi kwa mpaka saa hii na wako Busia na wanatusikia na wanasikizanga. Wanaingianga UG kunywa mafuta. Si kwa sababu ni wajinga. Ni kwa sababu bei ya mafuta UG iko chini kuliko Kenya. Kwa hiyo sasa sometimes mafuta inashukanga huko majuu by 20 bob. Hapa mnapunguzwa na 5 bob ama 3 bob.
But it's a gradual decline. Inarudi down pole pole.
Lakini jiulize kwa nini mafuta yetu iko expensive in the region kuliko kila mahali? Si ni government taxes.
Alright, so moving forward, unacheki pia, okay, nacheki uli file a case against the government to talk about that.
Yes.
Although haikuwa certified as urgent. Now, Mr. President amekuwa akisema matamshi zingine powerful sana. In fact, hiyo ndo ime lead to this front page news title, yeah, the Standard: CJ to Ruto, do not lead us to anarchy. Justice Martha Koome has warned the president and his allies that undermining the judiciary is an assault to democracy and will only take the country down the path of chaos and lawlessness. President alisema, skiza guys, in fact I'm very tempted to, defy court orders simply kwa sababu kuna corruption huko Kev. Yeah, there's some individuals there wenye wanataka kusabotage plan yangu. We also saw the deputy president call out a justice. I want justice mine allegedly. Alisema kulikuwa na cases fulani haikupangwa fiti na justice. So I'm going to petition the courts against her.
Na ujamini si nini Kev kuongezea hiyo nguvu hiyo story yako. Ndio judge ile noma like kina Rigiji alikuwa nayo. Hiyo noma hawakumpatia nini poa ya kusikia. Unaget? Hawakumpatia time fiti ya kumsikiza.
Yeah, apparently.
So hiyo ndio pia moja ya zile mambo wamemrudisha.
Na wanasema tizo proceeds zake zilikuwa criminal proceeds. Is the president right to call out the judiciary akisema, you know what guys, say wako na agenda zao? It's like almost as if they're playing politics. They want to just sabotage your plans na mimi nataka kuwafanyia kazi.
My answer first itakuwa kwa judiciary. Nyinyi ndio mulitupatia President Ruto. Nyinyi ndio mulisema ameelectiwa viproper. Nyinyi ndio mulisema he's a God-fearing president. Nyinyi kama judiciary ndio mulituambia mliambia watu wa Azimio waliambiwa nini? Sijui hot air. waliambua hot air wild goose chase.
Yes,
sasa judiciary, this is your baby. Kakizaliwa munanyonyesha na munalea. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza to the judiciary. But number 2, ningependa kuongelesha the president of the Republic of Kenya. In his capacity as president, nimwambie hivi. I know unataka sana kuimplement manifesto yako ya UDA. Lakini the constitution of Kenya is supreme to your manifesto. Na ikifika mahali wa Kenya ibidi wachague kati ya manifesto yako na constitution, tutachagua katiba. Afadhali yakose kujenga nyumba ama kufanya chochote, lakini yatii katiba. One of the biggest and most important legacies unaweza acha kama president ni kuobey katiba. Mahali inasema stop, una stop. Mahali inasema continue, una continue. Na mimi niliwaambia ile kitu unajua inafanya aseme hivi sana sana, nijua naona judiciary wana frustrate history yake ya housing.
This is Legrand from Simple Generation.
Okay, mdahalo wa Kenya hapo wakiangazia masuala ya William Ruto na uongozi wake, alafu vile inavyoadhiri wa Kenya kwa njia moja au nyingine. Na swala nyeti hapa ni ile the conflict between the rulings from the courts against William Ruto's so-called project. But I love to put that in proper perspective, and that is there is no court order that has stopped the housing project or the development agenda of one William Ruto. That is clearly a political claim that is being put forth to the public by one William Ruto. Whatever the courts has ruled is against the housing levy, not the housing project, not the affordable housing project, housing levy. That is the collection of money from Kenyans in the pretext that there is going towards the affordable housing. The affordable housing can go on as long as William Ruto wants it and is able to fund it. But if he has to take the Kenyans' money in order to use it, then he has to take the Kenyans' money the right way, according to the constitution. The contribution towards the housing levy should first and foremost be voluntary, okay? And then should be with those people interested in getting a house. In my opinion, the government should not be concerning itself with housing. They should only be concerning themselves with creating conducive environment for the private sector and all that want to invest in housing as a business to do that business in a more friendly environment, and then of course profitable for that matter. The aspect of the government participating into or venturing into the housing project is that it's complicating the economy in one way or another. Right now, the local investors, okay, and then of course the local lenders are not, the loans have become very expensive. That means out of reach by the majority of the average Kenyans. And so we are not only hampering the growth of the economy, we are actually killing the existing businesses that have been sustaining Kenyans. And all of it is in this political interference and then government venturing into what it should not. Like the Hustler Fund is now a competitor with the app lenders who are doing private business. And then, of course, this housing aspect. I have been asking you a question. I'm yet to get an answer. What happened to the National Housing Corporation? What went wrong with it? Is it not still building houses for Kenyans? Why couldn't William Ruto work with it and secure it so that it's able to carry on that? Slum upgrading can take place just like that. All the country needs to do, or rather the government needs to do, is come up with a law. A certain standard of housing should not be in any given area. Now, when you are given, let's say Kibra, you say the least house to be built should be built in this way. it should have this capacity, should have this facility. So if you are a landlord in Kibra and your housing doesn't look like this, it doesn't have this scenario, then you have to tear it down and rebuild. When that takes place, it will take a short time to turn Kibra into a different scenario by engaging the landlords, the people who collect rent from the Kibra dwellers. But if you go and say you're going to build houses on the other side and want people to move from the slum houses to this you're calling affordable housing, it is just starting a war between these people, of which we have never succeeded in transferring population from the slum to this, what you're calling affordable housing. Let's just change the housing that Kenyans are dwelling in. How do you change it? Come up with policies that work. That's what government do. It's not for you to begin to build houses and say Kenyans are going to occupy those houses. What if we refuse to occupy them? Yeah, we are different Kenyans coming from different parts of this country. We have different cultures, okay? Some of us, where we come from, you need to have a house in your compound. Whether you have built how many story buildings in Nairobi, having a house in the village is part of our cultural demands. And so you cannot say that building or having a house in the city is a substitute for you having a house in the village. And then the pretext that William Ruto is selling, that he is building affordable housing so that people can move from the village and come to live in urban centers and then leave the village land so that it can be cultivated. We don't have land problem in Kenya at the moment. From my understanding, we don't have, in terms of how much land that is needed for agriculture, we are yet to exhaust the available land for agriculture. It is an excuse, a lame one for that matter, for William Ruto to claim that he's moving population from rural areas to urban centers so that there is enough land for agriculture. There is enough land for agriculture in this country. There's virgin land that has not been touched for agriculture. The government is just pretending, doing their hypocrisy program as usual. There's plenty of land. The whole of Turkana County is agriculture viable. The whole of that Marsabit and all that. The only thing lacking in Northeastern is water, which is already underground. All we need is dig out the water, treat the water, put it on irrigation, and Kenya will be all green from the north to the south. But they don't want that solved. So they come up with other funny white elephant programs like affordable housing. This madness. I don't know what your take would be that, but for me, I don't believe one bit into that claims by one William Ruto in the pretext that the housing project is a solution to Kenyan problems. It is not, and it's not solving any problem. It will be a solution if William Ruto went to the streets of our cities and collected all the homeless people in Nairobi, homeless people in Nakuru, homeless people in Eldoret. We have homeless people in Kisumu. We have homeless people in Mombasa. We have homeless people. Let him begin by giving houses to the homeless people. Then he will be serious about housing. But people are still sleeping on the gunia, on the streets of Nairobi, on the streets of our towns, and you're claiming you're building houses for Kenyans? How is that now possible? That's not responding to the problem. You're creating your own agenda so that you rally the money around your own agenda, which has no direct impact on the livelihood of Kenyans. And so that remains my stand. You can prove me otherwise, but this hypocrisy has to be brought to an end. It's a few minutes to midnight. With those who are joining us, please, let's be on the forefront. Tumia hii link, ingia studio, ukaseme ya kwako. Naamini kwamba kuna mengi mazuri tu ambayo ungependa kuchangia. Si tuko hapa kusikiliza na of course kuangazia mambo tofauti. So huyo jamaa anasema Kenya Kwanza ndio mfano mzuri wa kuonyesha jinsi mambo hayaendi. So he said the only usefulness of Kenya Kwanza is for it to be a bad example that everybody should avoid. That is his sentiments, which I concur with, because Kenya Kwanza is actually a disaster. It has brought this country to her knees, and if we don't take care, it will finish everything that is remaining on this country as far as we are concerned. Let's get something from, this is right from Kisii about Osoro and of course the conflict between Osoro and Simba Arati. We hear that, and then we'll dive into the speech of Baba in Bungoma. Na kukaribisha, namba ya watazamaji inapanda vizuri, na shukuru. Naomba tu tafadhali tumakinike pia kuingia studio na kusema ya kwetu, na inaonekana wengi wameogopa kuingia studio, sijui kwa nini. Let me give you the verdict of our voting, and thereafter I will bring up that video from the wherever the message to Osoro from Kisii. Okay, so far our voting patterns on our #1 channel, Sound Candy Talk Live. Let me refresh to get the accurate number of people who have liked the video and those who have cast their vote. Now let me see the verdict. Okay, are you satisfied with the handling of the Shakahola death cases? Is justice, will justice be served? Here we have had 14 votes, okay? 14 votes, and all the 14 votes on Sound Candy Talk Live are saying 100% no, not satisfied with the handling of the Shakahola cases. The only trouble I have is that 14 people have cast their vote, but only 7 liked the video. So if you cast your vote without liking the video, please do so. We really need you to respond to our videos. It is important. It helps out the YouTube logarithm to know who to share our content with. Let me also look at the Sound Candy Talk main channel. According to this, so far we have how many people have cast their vote? 130 people have cast their vote. And same question, are you satisfied with the handling of the Shakahola death cases? Will justice be served? 11% wanasema yes, they are satisfied, and 89% say no. Fortunately or unfortunately, only 63 people have liked their the video, sorry, and 130 have cast their vote. So almost 50% here also have not liked the video. Tafadhali tunaomba tukue mstari wa mbele kulike video wakati tunapiga kura yetu. Cha muhimu tuendelee kuparticipate na tuendelee kuchangia kwa njia moja au nyingine. So let me bring in the video from Kisii for us to hear what these people are giving us warning to one Osoro.
Lelewa kwa mishale hapa. Nani ajui kurusha mshale? Nani ajui kurusha mshale hapa? Nyakolele na hapa nyata. Sisi ni watu ambao tumelelewa kwa mishale hapa. Nani ajui kurusha mshale? Nani ajui kurusha mshale hapa? Osoro anakuja kustua nani hapa? Nyakolele na hapa nyataro. Nani wamelelewa na mishale? Ni nani? Nani amepigana vita hapa? Sasa yeye ndiye anakuja kustua sisi. Tutamuonyesha na mpaka apate adabu, aheshimu viongozi wamechaguliwa na wananchi wote. Amen. Maisha imepanda. Sukari ni ngapi saa hii? Sukari ni ngapi? 220. Mafuta ni ngapi saa hii ya kupika? Watu wanakula chakula, mtu anakula mboga bila mafuta. Na Osoro anakuja kufanya vitimbi hapa, mtu asipewe hiyo basari ya 1500, wewe unaona hiyo ni pesa kidogo. Hiyo unadharau 1500. Kuna mtu anataka hata hiyo 3000, anataka apewe hiyo basari. Itamsaidia, mtoto alipe school fees, imsaidie. Lakini wewe unaidharau, unaona yeye saidia. eti enda mpige Simba risasi kwa kichwa tuchukue hiyo kiti ya governor. Hata Mungu atakubali kweli? Hawezi. Unataka kuchukua uongozi na mlango wa nyuma? Eti Monda akuwe governor, Osoro akuwe deputy governor. Surely hiyo ni ukweli, ni ungwana kweli?
Yaani mtu hakupigiwa kura
watu wetu wa South Mugirango, ile kitu na waomba tusimame imara na gavana wetu Simba Paul Arati. Mtu wasiwastue. Hata ni heshima tumeonyesha maaskari tu kwa sababu ni marafiki zetu. Tumeonyesha heshima tu. Tungetaka tungecrash tupite na wao tuende mpaka Nyamarambe.
Get my mic on. Ujumbe ndio huo unawekwa wazi kwamba Osoro ajiadhari, asijaribu kile anachojaribu kwenda kinyume na kile ambacho wananchi wanataka. Na hii pia inaelezea tabia ya Kenya Kwanza, okay? Kenya Kwanza wanafikiria kwamba hao kazi yao ni kutafuna, sisi tukimeza. Hao ni kuamua, sisi tukifuata. Kile wanataka hicho ndio tutafanyiwa. Na uongozi ufanywe hivyo. Uongozi ufanywe hivyo haswa katika this dispensation and under this new constitution. This constitution gives room for public participation. Public participation in the sense that the voice of the people need to be heard and to be seen, to be listened to. And so when Osoro wants to run the show in a way that the way they want is either their way or the highway, then we are running into destroying our democratic gains that we attained when we brought in the new constitution. And so these are backward, primitive ways of going about leadership. And of course, it is agreeing with what we are discussing tonight on the resurgence of political violence in the pretext of different political parties and one, are going to attack another political party simply because they are not from their political party. This is wrong altogether. Kenya is a multi-party democracy, and therefore each political party has a right to have expression wherever they are, and the only people we are discipling is the masses. So if the masses are willing to listen to a UDA speech, or they are willing to listen to ODM speech, they are willing to listen to Ford Kenya speech or ANC speech, what is your problem as a political leader from a different political party to try and go and disrupt another political party meeting? It doesn't add up. So whatever that is not affecting you, why are you poking your nose in the sand? Let's respect each other, respect the constitution, and follow due process. You don't have to kill other political parties for your political party to survive. Just revamp your political party. Convince Kenyans that your political party is the right one. Instead of you going to destroy other political parties so that yours looks good. That means you are admitting yours is ugly. It can only express itself in the absence of the rest. That doesn't work. So let's mature up, let's grow up. And leaders like Osoro and the team, all of them, in my opinion, they belong to the Stone Age. So they should be, relegated there and be forgotten completely. Such people should not be given public responsibility. Kenya Kwanza administration is really a picture of incompetence and everything that should not be as far as the development and the growth of Kenya is concerned. Well, I'll soon be switching gears. I'm waiting for you to get in and say whatever that you wish to say. Let me see comment section, how far we have gone with our comments, okay? Okay, Kamo says, why are Kenyans enjoying living as if they don't belong there? Who are we waiting for? Mnalia but Ruto anaendelea, okay? Huyo ni Kamo anasema kwani ni kipi tunasubiri, okay? Tunaendelea kulia na Ruto anaendelea na kutekeleza yale anayotaka kuyatekeleza. I think she continues here. I say all this lawlessness was brought by Ruto and Kacheda. Yeah. Ruto and Rigji are the ones responsible for the lawlessness that we are witnessing in the country. Okay, MO13 says there is this principality that is taken captive of our people and killing them. In the span of 1 week, we have several young people dead. As parents, we really need to intercede for our children. Very important. I wanted public participation to weigh on this same issue. Okay, cases of killings and then, of course, insecurity have been with us for a period of time, but not at this alarming rate that under 1 week, 3 people, 4 people, and all of them killed in the same scenario. What is causing all this? Is it a principality like MO13 says, or it is our economic situation, or it is the desperation of our young people? And the people being falling victim of this are our young people in their prime ages, just starting out in life. Now, this is something that we cannot ignore. We have to address it, especially that aspect here, MO13 talking about parents, okay? There is a very bad culture that we are allowing in our children, and that is you know, the competing spirit of trying to be like so and so. Now I know there is what is called peer pressure and all manner of blending in. We are in that age of image, okay? Those of you who are old enough, you know that we used to have a Sprite advert that you used to go like image is nothing, obey your thirst, where they were encouraging people to not to ignore Sprite or feel ashamed taking Sprite. So they will say, image is nothing, obey your thirst. But today, image is everything. And so people have that, you know, urge and hunger to sustain a particular image. And in the process, they are becoming desperate when they cannot sustain a particular standard of life, I could say, or class of life. And so our young people or young ladies are falling prey to predators, all of it in the pretext of trying to get some cash so that they can sustain a particular lifestyle. Please, we urge you, if you're 20, you're 19, you're 21, you're just starting out in life. Don't terminate your life because of, you know, a particular fashion you want to keep, a particular standard you want to keep, a particular class and association you want to keep. And so you get introduced into things that will terminate your life or put your life at risk. Settle down, work with your hands. It's more honorable for you to, you know, be respected for what you have worked for than handouts, okay? Or going to sell yourself so that you get the money to impress your friends. Now, like the ladies, and we respect all lives and we value life. What I'm saying is that the ladies that have lost their lives, okay? So are they impressing their friends? Their life is gone. Their friends care nothing about it. So don't kill yourself because you want to impress your friends, because your friends are wearing whatever, this kind of a blouse of 5,000 and a pair of shoes of 15,000, and they live in a house of 50,000 and all that. If you can't afford it, just leave your size part-time. Stop killing yourself in the name of wanting to keep a particular standard. So whatever it is that you don't have now, you will get. Just take it easy. And if you have a friend who is pushing you into a lifestyle you cannot afford, dismiss yourself from that relationship. You don't have to live to impress anybody. And if you're going to borrow to impress somebody, or you're going to sell yourself in order to sustain whatever a particular lifestyle, and all this is also coming from the pressure of these people we call socialites. Now I know hapo mtaanza kunipiga mawe. The socialites who are whatever influencing our young people wrongly. Okay, watu wanaishi maisha ambayo hayafai, na hayo maisha ndio maisha ambayo wanayafurahia, na kwa hivyo vijana wengi wanafikiria kwamba kwenda kujiuza ama kwenda kupata hela kwa njia yoyote ile ndio mtindo, na hiyo ndio fashion. I discourage you from that with everything I know and everything I have. Just live your size part time. Whoever wants you or whoever respect you will respect you. Those who disrespect you, they will disrespect you regardless of what you do. So don't destroy your life. Don't terminate your future because of momentous impressing weekend. Ati natafuta nguo ya kuvaa nikienda out weekend na naenda wanasemaje lugha ya kisasa wanasema nini, I've dressed to kill. That used to be an expression of old school. I don't know what they are dressing for nowadays, but please just value your life, respect yourself, and grow into whatever size you wish to be. Okay, grow into that size. Remember, you will not happen into that size. You will have to grow into that size, and to grow in that size means you will work extra harder. You will make more networks. And of course, you will have to meet right people into your life to lead you into right places. Okay, Emo 13 still says God raises kings and he's the one who removes. He did raise Saul and removed him. Kenya isn't exceptional. I agree with you. Those who think they're in power and they'll be in power forever, they should check their history. We had people, we had empires, we had dictators, we had great people, but all of them are gone now. So don't think that being in power is everything. You must understand that it's just an opportunity you've been given to serve Kenyans. Make good use of it by serving Kenyans rightly. Okay, Angela Wamboya anasema kwani wenye kujua constitution kunaendangaje president akiwa fake ama dangerous? What does the constitution say? Okay. Anasema mnaacha kamtu kamoja kamalize the whole nation. Swali ndio hilo, na ningependa wanasheria mkuje mtetee hiyo. Kulingana na mimi na ufahamu wangu wa sheria ambao unajua ni kwamba kama mtu amepewa kazi na hiyo kazi afanye ipasavyo, anatimuliwa. Iwe kwa bank, iwe kwa shule, iwe kwa ofisi kama minister, things like that. We have had ministers resigning. We have had ministers being kicked out of office. President is not an exception. And there is something that I'm researching on. I think I'll make it part of my study on what happens to you when you steal the presidency in Kenya. Okay? Because it seems the presidency in Kenya is for stealing. It's by stealing. It's not by people voting for you. It's if you are a better thief and you are able to influence the people involved into the election process, and you are able to deceive people that you won the election, you are left. Now that is what is disastrous from where I sit. That is what is disastrous. Mtu ameiba, ni wazi ameiba, lakini kwa sababu hakupatikana ama hakuonwa wakati anaiba, lakini kila mtu anajua ameiba, nini kinachofanyika? kila mtu anasahau kwamba huyu ni mwizi, anafanywa nini? Anabadilishwa, anakuwa rais, anapewa chase cars, anapewa state house, anapewa askari wa kumlinda, anapewa kila kitu. Yani hakuna mtu anakumbuka tena kwamba huyu mtu aliingia kwa ofisi kwa njia ya utatanishi. That is what I cannot compute. Mtanisamee. I cannot compute that somebody has gotten into office the wrong way, okay? But because he's in the right office the wrong way, he enjoys all the privileges of that office as if nothing took place wrongly when the person got into office. That is what I don't understand in this country. You will have to forgive me, but I don't understand that. That getting the presidency means you have gotten away with everything that was wrong with you before you got in office. No. And that's where we go wrong. And that's why that question is very valid. If we discovered, for example, there was somebody who in Kenya tumekuwa na mambo mengi, okay? There's a pilot who has been flying using fake papers. Okay? And then there was a time there was somebody, I think in the airport authority or something, I think it was a senior staff member, either Kenya Airways or Kenya Ports Authority. Then it was discovered that the degree papers he submitted during the interview that made him qualified for the job were fake. Okay? And he was dismissed there and then. The moment it's discovered that you are in the office through dubious way, you get dismissed there and then. And I don't think we have two sets of rules here. So if William Ruto is in the office using false pretense, okay? False pretense, of course. And of course, interfering with the election process. He's in the office by being, on election results that were not accepted or rather rubber stamped by all the commissioners. Majority of the commissioners did not recognize the results. They did not know where the results came from. So all these are pointing out that this person is in office, but the wrong way. What do we do with such a person? In Kenya, they give you chest cars, they give you police, they give you state house, they give you privileges. That to me is what is the problem in this country. Na kama unaweza kuiba urais, nini kitakuzuia kuiba mashamba? Nini kitakuzuia kuiba wa Kenya? Nini kitakuzuia kuiba mahakama na kuiba bunge? And so we must look into this, and I really want maybe in the second aspect of the debate to weigh on this. What happens to somebody who has stolen his way into office? What should happen to such a person? In my understanding, that person should not be given the privileges of that office. And the moment it is established that is in that office fraudulently, all those privileges should be withdrawn forthwith. We would rather have a constitution crisis than have a wrong person in the office. That's what I understand. Okay? Hawezi kuwa wewe ni mchungaji, okay? Na umeanza kukata mikia za kondoo kanisani, all right? But you are the senior pastor of that particular congregation. Then it is known that your conduct is not right. The members are suffering under your leadership, okay? I don't see any overseer anywhere or any church organization anywhere that will still say, utaendelea kuwa mchungaji hapo mpaka tutafute mchungaji mwingine. I don't think so. You will be dismissed from the place. They put the church under caretaker committee. They will get a caretaker committee where they will get somebody to be preaching, but you cannot, the moment you are a danger to the congregation, you get dismissed. If the people in office right now, from the head of state to any other seat. They are there fraudulently, and they have proven that their being in office is disastrous for the country. Why are they continuing to be in the office? Why are we allowing them to continue to be in the office? And now you see now they have started to urinate over our heads, telling us watafanya kile wanataka mpende msipende. No way. So Kenyans of goodwill, wherever you are, it is time for you to wake up and let's get this thing cleaned. Mother Kome and team, they still remain under my investigation for the ruling they issued in the Supreme Court. Whether it will take 50 years, they must be brought to book, because whatever transpired at Bomas and ended up in the Supreme Court is a case study that needs to be studied, investigated. We need homicide detectives and all manner of criminal detectives to come to terms with what transpired, because from all look of things, Kenya is not in the right hands because of people who did not do the right thing when they were required to do the right thing. Thank you so much. I salute everybody for being part and parcel of this great conversation. I'm happy Reverend Lala is here. And of course, I will be bringing him to share his opinion on what we are discussing. But from wherever you are, endelea kukaribisha mtu, subscribe kama uja subscribe. Ukimaliza kusubscribe, nitafutie watu 5 wa kusubscribe. Watu 10 au kuwe disciples wako. Okay? Wewe ni disciple wa Sound Candy Talk. Nataka utafute disciples wako 10 ambao umeleta kama subscribers. I want everybody to bring me 10. By the time we are through, right now we have 49 people viewing. Multiply that by 10. We'll have 1,000 plus people as subscribers. And that will help the channel to grow, will help the channel to be stable. So please, let's not just watch, let's not just enjoy the show. Let us also work hard in making the show to grow by making more people to reach it and of course follow what is happening. So asante sana, link ya kutumia kuingia studio. Okay, thank you. Naomba hivi, let me just share the link again, then I bring Reverend Lala. Hata mimi nimeongea mpaka call imekauka. Nitaitisha kahawa hivi karibuni. Reverend Lala, how are you today?
Good, Ben. Good to see you. And the topic that you are addressing, I think, is key to everything. I think we are here because of that very point that you're raising. You know, we love our athletes. Rift Valley has got some of the greatest runners on the face of the earth. And we see these young men and women practice, whether on the mountains, wherever they are. One time they came to run here in the US, and I hosted them for a meal, and I forgot that I know they love nyama choma. So I was able to get nyama choma, and they told me, no, we don't eat that because we are here to run. In other words, there is so much that goes into that preparation, that practice, that they have to sacrifice everything almost for a year before they go to a major race. Their life is dedicated to that race. And their hope is that in that race, they come on top. If not at the top, number 2 or number 3. That's what they work for, dedicate themselves to do, make sure their health is good. They simply want to win. But there are times when many of them are disappointed, extremely disappointed. They trust themselves to some doctors, or some coaches and others that want them to win so badly that they decide to use something else, steroids, whatever it is, some banned stuff, and some of these young people end up using those, enhancing kind of drugs, and they win, and after they win, results comes out, and it doesn't matter how many gold medals you had. It doesn't matter what you have done, how much preparation you have made. The idea that you tested positive for any drug, all those medals are gone. And this is reinforced and enforced by all government and FIFA and all these athletic bodies, that you cannot do certain things. So it doesn't matter. And I've seen people that I know have worked so hard lose everything because they did not win squarely. They fall short, and therefore they have to be taken. Those medals are taken periodically and given to the runners-up, the one who did not use those drugs to win. In other words, winning has to be clear, that you work that everyone else, every athlete, you did what is legal, what is lawful, and you won squarely. Therefore, we celebrate you. We may not like you, how you look. It doesn't matter, where you come from, but you are a winner. Elections are the same. You got to win fairly, clearly. They should be verified. People should be able to say, yes, he won clearly. And here you are, the winner with this medal that you're taking home. That's what is understood as a fair competition. And that's what election is all about, a clear winner. You use your resources, you sacrifice, you do everything possible lawfully to get to the top. But here in Kenya, you do all that. You try, sacrifice, because a lot of clean guys try to be as fair as possible using all the legal means. Baba did what any patriot should do: ran a good race, sold his agenda to Kenyans, and Kenyans said yes. Then what happens? This other guy called Zakayo, using dubious means, including people from South America, this guy, and we do know because before election, the guy was arrested at the airport, detained with gadget election. And then after the election or during the election, we see his hands in the Supreme Court. I mean, we hear his name, and inside the server, his name is there inside the server. And then some so-called judges dismisses that as hot air, a foreigner inside a sacred the place of Kenyans, where they're choosing their leader, number one person who should lead them. And some guy we don't know is in there. And this so-called justices dismisses that as hot air. I think Comey and the team should also be investigated clearly, because you don't do that. You don't do that any clear. And this is something that the whole world know. Okay? That this country of ours, either there are so many incompetent, so many cognitively challenged people, possibly, or just people that really don't care about democracy. They don't care about the people. It is the worst reputation any country can have. It stops investors because they can't trust you, because business is about trust. People got to trust the environment that they are coming to your country, they'll be safe, they will invest and expect to get their return and work and long-term, stay and do what it takes to build the nation, build wealth for themselves and sharing with us. In other words, they expect to experience the same that they have experienced in their own countries where they have been very successful, and now they're extending that success to us. And so the topic is so important. Ruto comes, does not care about the law, the rules of the game, and when you ask, then what do you get? You get shot. You get beat up. Now I'm even reading something like, this lawyer Danson Omari now is now being investigated. I think I read something like that, and their plot is so childish. Things they do, you don't need to be mentally great to be able to understand the simple stuff they do. They're very vindictive people because they don't honor rules, don't live by it, they don't care what people think. And to me, all that we are doing now, where we are, the economic status that we have, is because Ruto and team has brought us here. All those who are coming to Kenya returned at the airport because what they were sold is a lie. And they keep on lying, and overtly and covertly. His life is about, it's like his internalized, lying is a lifelong maladaptive, system that he operates with, within himself, because he has ana haya, unaona, wakati mwingine wanaona haya lakini huyu jamaa ana haya. So it is important for us to always remember that why we are here, because we have somebody at the highest office who should not be there, who has refused to obey the Constitution, and as a matter of fact, he has folded it, hid it somewhere. Now, Bernard, I'm told that the State House being renovated, and I don't know how much money is being used to renovate the State House. And then the same mouth, is talking, is people that we are having an economic, there's no money. Okay? And now, you see, we don't have money, but a chunk of it is used to renovate, and we don't know even who is doing it and how it's being done and how much it is, if there's opaqueness in there, so we can understand what's going on there. We had a great example, which he could have borrowed from Magufuli. Magufuli won the election fairly, and the first thing he did was to make sure that Tanzania was able to run and be productive, and also make sure there's no wastage. He stopped certain celebration, save the country money. So his first act was to show that this man, that he's disciplined, that is concerned about Tanzanian. Okay? I think there was kind of work day and people went out to work instead of celebrating, spending money. And everything started just improving. Just one man whom people can say this guy wants the best for the nation. He may have had his own weakness like every human being has, but that was a powerful message. But here Ruto comes in spending on travels. Magufuli never traveled out. He stated that all the signing, whatever, Tanzania, and another country, negotiating, ambassadors are there. They can do the signing. You don't have to bring somebody out there spending money, going out there. But Ruto is out. He spends like if, and the same guy is claiming that the economy, there was nothing in the economy, and the same guy who is, watering down, the system that we had that was working very well. And so it is for us as Kenyans to be bold, to be clear that this man is not the right man for the job, and this man is a criminal because of his past. And why we would let him stay on, I don't understand. Because we won't do it for a worker. If you hired one in your home, you got an employee in your house and is stealing from you, will you let him stay because already have hired him? Just like the Olympics, you win to get a medal. And if they find anything, I think I've seen where after years, something is found, the medal is taken away. The person has to be dishonored because he doesn't deserve the honor that is being given because of that medal. Ruto does not deserve a medal. He's a common thief. He's a common criminal that should be prosecuted for stealing, for murder, for corruption, for fuming ethnic violence between people, for maladministration, favoring one group for the other, actually for acting against the Constitution of Kenya. By the Kenyan people bringing a case against him. It's a mistake to have him there. It's like we are all working hard. We want our kids to follow the rules. We want to follow our rule, but the one we give all our resources does not have to live by the rules. It's a thief. What kind of people are we? What kind of a nation are we? I think it's a high time we do that which is right to bring honor to ourselves, because nobody will respect us. Therefore, nobody wants to deal with us. One person make a difference. Finally, let me make that point clear. I live in a city that has had a lot of challenges. Lots of challenges. If you talk of American decline in the 70s, it is Cleveland, Ohio. It's a time when even the river caught fire. It's an industrial city. Cars that we have is from the state, from Cleveland. That's the first place before even Detroit. The first successful car to drive across. The home of Rockefeller and others. A great place. But when the economy went down, it went down. The cities became poor. When you hear of economic decline in America, most likely you'll see Cleveland of the 70s. Okay. But then things began to change, to get better. And God gave us a son called LeBron James. basketball player, one young man. And this young man was born around the city here. And this young man, just his presence in the city changed the fortune. All of a sudden, businesses coming, flights getting into Cleveland, people want to visit. And all of a sudden, this city simply moved from, I don't know which number, way up because of one person doing the right thing. And one person like Ruto being up there does the opposite. Until we get that one person that Kenyans agree on, whom actually we elected, Baba, things will not be the same. But when we get the right person, perceptions change. And when perceptions change, there's a belief again that Kenya is a city on a hill. Kenya is a place to visit. It's a safe environment. You can trust them. Great brains, good environment is a place. And that narrative was being built till Ruto got to us. So when he's talking of saving, building the economy and all that, ask him, where did he get the economy when he got in? What was the value of a dollar, Kenyan shillings to a dollar exchange rate? Right now, he got in, and let me say it again. If you had 1,000 in the bank, if you had 1,000 in the bank in Kenya, that Kenya shillings, when Uhuru left, now that 1,000 is only about 600. In other words, I'll give you an example. I brought into Kenya, let's say 50,000 when Ruto got in, put it in the commercial bank in Kenya. I have an account there. Now, if I come to get that 100 or 50,000 Kenya shilling that I brought in and change it to a dollar, I will need, listen to this, I will need 1,600 Kenya shillings to get one, to arrive at the 1,000, the money that I put. In other words, that money has lost its value. So to get that $100, I now need $150. Okay, if I put it in a maybe I don't explain it clearly. Bernard will help me here. But what I'm simply saying here is that our money has depreciated to a point where it is almost a half. If you bought something here in America for $100, for 100, let's say 100 shillings from you buy in America, now you have to pay almost 200 to buy it outside here. Okay, so in other words, your money is becoming worthless. Kenyan money is becoming worthless. And the reason simple is a thief in the house, a murderer in the house. All those things that went on the street, the beating and all that, that's what is beating our economy. Because the world know that. They're asking you, I want to go there, am I going to be safe? Are there riots on the streets? They're not even called the killing on the street. And they saw and verified those who are the police officers carrying guns on the street. And that simply makes life much more difficult. And nobody gonna get you out of it. It's you yourself, it's Kenyans, it's all of us. We are the ones who will pull ourselves out. And the first thing to do, all of us to do, is to confront this man. Fear not. The Bible used that word, I don't know how many times. Somebody did a study on it. I think I remember, but I think over 600 times. Fear not. Most of us are afraid, and it's fear. So we smile at him when he comes. I see some people clapping, and then when he leaves, we are cursing him. Okay? So let's not clap. Let us turn our back. Let us walk away. Let us protest. Let us do something to show that we are disgusted with all this type of evil in our land. So Bernard, mimi nakubali na wewe kabisa. Shida yetu ni moja. Tumekubali huyu jamaa ambaye astahili kuwa kiongozi wetu mamlakani. Yaani hata Mungu alimkataa. Na ndio sisi wenyewe Mungu anataka tufanye nini? To do that which is right. There are things that God gives you that power to do. God will not take you from your house to work. He'll take you indirectly, but it's you to wake up, go and work, and get the money. Okay? So there are things that God expects from us. One of them is to confront these guys. How do I know that? I read in the Bible. I read John the Baptist. He stood. Nathan confronted David. The Bible is full of those people. Those are the prophets of God. It's not just a matter of praying and closing your eyes. There's a time for that. And sometimes prayer actually is where you find your message. Prayer is a place where God speaks to us and empowers us to go out and confront evil. So I don't know this kind of religion where everything has to be, we just have to hide and ask, that's what we call cognitive dissonance. We're living with two things within ourselves. So we are fake. We are hypocrites. That's what a hypocrite is. We are supposed to pray, and that prayer is supposed to empower us. People like Martin Luther King taught us that. He was a prayer, he was a pastor. But then what did he do? He went to the street and said no. And because of what he did, we just celebrate his birthday. Some of us in America, because of him, the power of prayer that led him out on the street to confront those forces of darkness. He was just 30 in his 30s. So this kind of religion that we have in our time is a wrong one. It's not a biblical one. The biblical one says, go out. In fact, the Bible says, there's I think a phrase which says, the gates of Hades shall not prevail against us. The gates of Hades shall not prevail. The gate, what's a gate? Against a defensive, tool. In other words, the child of God has to be on the gates where the enemy is. That is the gate of Hades. That's where we are supposed to be. To confront those evil forces, to be able to tell them, this is thus says the Lord, this is the truth of God's word. Not some personal prophecy that we keep on, the church is actually like a witch doctor's office where people come for personal fortune. If you read the Bible, there are that covers very little of the word of God. It was the society, it was the evil forces, it was the powers of darkness. It was our warfare against principalities and powers. But this personal thing that give seed money here and then they put your hand on you and all that, that should not cover the church. We shouldn't be defined by that. That I'm not denying that happened. God, as a way, they want to heal us. But We have to look at what places like here, like Candid Talk. I believe Christ would be here with us, marching with us, because Christ is concerned about that young kid who cannot go to school, who's dying because there's no medicine. I met Professor Nyang Nyong when he came to my city, and they were talking about cancer. And they said, you know, in Kenya, we can detect cancer now, but then detection means nothing if you can't get the medicine, if you can't get the surgery, if you can't do, you know, other things. Detection is one thing. And so there's much more to be done. And so when people are suffering, they don't have enough. And then we are here, we call ourselves Christians with all these churches, and yet we are poor. Our societies, you know, has created this environment that people live like birds. You know, you land in Kenya, take a trip to Mombasa or another part of the country. You look out to the window. Some of our people live like birds. Their houses, look at the way we live. After 6 years of independence, we still live like birds. There's no difference in those little huts. And the government is supposed to change lives. And we know those big thieves, they're enjoying. They got helicopters, you know, fleet of them. And then you ask yourself, what kind of society is this? And so they don't care about you. They care about their pockets, their girlfriend, their boyfriends, their families, and you see what they do. And so it is us. We are on our own for Kenya. It doesn't matter where you come from. With society, you know, whether you're from north or south, we are on our own. There are two tribes in Kenya. Those that, you know, I had a teacher in Maseno called Mr. Bolivar. Some of you maybe hear my voice. Mr. Bolivar used to tell us, no, hey, but what are you laughing at? The people who batter are the people who matter. People who batter, people matter. In other words, there's a group out there that they don't care. They only use tribalism during election when anything about theirs is threatened. After that, they are back in their, you know, little conventions in their own little place. Okay? But when crisis comes, then I'm a Luo, I'm a Luya, I'm this and that and that. And after that, they're back. They're in their clubs. They're in the Muthaiga club. They do all that. And so we are on our own, those of us, those who are downtrodden. They don't think about them. If they do, then they would want to do the right thing. They would want to act right. He has shown thee, O man, what is good and what is just, to love mercy and justice. I'm just paraphrasing it. And so it is you and it's us. And so this forum, Candid Talk, is the place for us to be. Such forum, because it's a place where we organize, we discuss, we strategize, and we are emboldened to stand for the poor and the needy that need us. This system must work for all Kenyans, and that's why we are here. And so let somebody come in here. And so Bernard, we are here because somebody cut the line. They came ahead, and they are ahead, and they gotta go back. They cut the line. They have not been lining. There are people who have lined up almost at the end, and somebody comes in and cut the line. Just like in the Olympics or in football. If you score two goals and somebody scored only one goal, the one with two has to win. That is the one getting the trophy. That's the rule. Kenya, we are fighting for the winner to be declared. That's why we are here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. A great elaborate outlook on the issues bedeviling this country. We are all in this, and it's our duty to see to it that we put everything in their proper context. Remember, the sovereign power of this great country lies with the Kenyans, not with the president, not with the deputy president, not with the political party, but with all Kenyans. And so when the political class is not doing what Kenya needs and what Kenya requires, it is for Kenyans to take responsibility and say, hapa umevuka mpaka. We raise the flag and say that is offside. When it's offside, the referee has to call off the game. Kama mtu amepewa red card, akanyage nje, ndio mpira uendelee. Nafikiria tumefika hapo mahali ambapo hiyo red card inapaswa kutolewa, watu wawili watoke nje, ndio mpira uendelee. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kumakinika kufuata kipindi. Ninashukuru wote ambao umekuwa pamoja nami. Nitazama hivi karibuni, lakini naomba tu tafadhali tuendelee mbele kusimamia haki na kutekeleza wajibu wetu. I will bring in this Ghanaian economic recovery measure video in 1 minute, alafu Kenyan with love can weigh on it. Najua amekuja na mishale ingine.
Actually, that was I had actually queued it for you as I finished my. Yani, I was waiting for it. I don't know how you got ahead of me, because that was one of the biggest things that I was gonna come in with. But anyway, you can.
Nitawachia mishale na wale watu wanatoka Kisii.
Where you know me, I'm living.
Mimi natokanga Kakamega.
We embarked on major tax reform in this budget so that people will understand that we meant what we said when we said we are moving from a focus on taxation to production. On the real estate sector, we abolished the VAT on real estate sales. We abolished the VAT on financial services. We abolished the capital gains tax on sales of shares on the stock exchange. We abolished import duty on spare parts. We abolished the 1% import levy. We abolished the domestic VAT on airline tickets. We have reduced significantly the VAT on small traders from 17.5% to 3%, a flat rate. And we are beginning this year discussion with ECOWAS under the common external tariff, which we will be successful, God willing. We are going to abolish all import duty on raw materials imported into Ghana and machinery imported into Ghana. What we have done so far is given meaning to our focus on production, because we believe that all these tax incentives would help, the private sector. And when they produce and make money, and we want the private sector to make money, then they can pay their fair share of taxes. But if you try to tax them ab initio, you may not get that much tax revenue. We also want to embark on a major industrialization drive. The program that we are doing, this is one district, one factory. That is, we have 216 districts in Ghana, and we are saying that
Okay, that is one lesson that Zakayo missed in school. Huh? He thinks if you tax more, you get more money. He's the man who is talking about subsidies from consumption to production. Which production, when companies are closing their doors, are moving away? Anasema, nimeona caption ingine mato sijui kama umeona, anasema mimi nimewatafutia kazi ng'ambo, mmekataa kuapply. Sasa mnataka niwasaidiaje? Naomba umjibu.
Bernard, sometimes when I come here, I'm very, I plan myself, nimeka notes, I've, staged my footages and everything. This, umeniaribu my chain of thought, imeanguka kabisa. Sasa niko upside down, niko bottoms up.
Okay,
when you play that video, you just messed me kabisa.
Watu wa bottom up. Wewe fanya vile mnafanyanga.
Usingatuke, because Bernard, I'm not here to stay. You know, I've already explained to you, and you know why. Nilikwambia, but I can't.
It's okay. I'm around. Shadizo will take it.
Yeah. I think that thing is very self-explanatory. You know, now I have to start from my notes all of a sudden from bottom coming up. And nimekuwa mtu wa bottoms up. You know, that is very self-explanatory, because Bernard, you have to realize the reason I'd even queued that, I didn't know that you had it, but the reason I actually queued that video was because, you know, at times I've been thinking a lot this time that I've been very quiet due to reasons and, you know, other reasons. But I've been thinking about it, and everything I'm hearing is just people talking about how much business they've done as a country. And so now it comes back to what I'd been asking a long time ago. This business that we keep on talking about, that as a country we make with other governments and everything, what is it supposed to do? I mean, who's doing the business? Is it me as a countryman? And does it trickle down to me? Because we keep on talking, I mean, even when we talk about stock exchange, we talk about how much we made. You know, this is the way we can change our, you know, how the business that we do between our, you know, the countries that we trade with. When we trade and we send that coffee out there to go be refined and then brought back as Starbucks, and then we go to Starbucks. Who made that money? So why do we do business? Is a country a business, or is a country a governance of where it all helps the whole country? Goes back to me asking, we talk about $1 trillion. I think we are 3 or 4 trillion tax collection, GDP, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. And then we also talk about the external and internal trade. Where is this money going? What does it do? Now, I can answer a little bit of that. Yes, it should make our roads, it should make our infrastructure, it would help in education. I mean, in a certain way of living. It's kind of like a chama. But then if you have a chama of 10 people, there's that time, this month is yours, the next month is yours, the next month is yours. If we increase together, and then we keep on going. So is this a business entity that we just give the money and then they go do their business and they tell us how much they made and we don't even know what happened with it? So we need to start understanding this intercontinental, intercountry business that we do. Where exactly, who's making the profit? Is it the government of Kenya? And who's the government of Kenya? Can we define who's the government of Kenya? Because you can hear them talking about, you know, oh, we got 2 billion and Bernard, nowadays this word billion. We've forgotten about million. What happened to the million? Everything is about billion. You hear it, and then you walk huku Vushago, you find kijana anatembea mguu tupu. So what exactly is happening here? So is being in government about making money? And making money for the country? And if you're making it for the country, where's the country that actually gets to get the profit? I mean, even if it's a profit sharing company, at the end of the year, you actually get your bonus. You know, if it's a profit sharing company, we've worked for profit sharing companies where at the end of the year they tell you, okay, we made this kind of profit, we did this year, so looking at it, this is the math that we're going to do. Everybody gets what they need to get. Kama ni sotano yako, you know, for Christmas, niyo sawa imeingia extra, but you know, above mshahara. So which is this business? And that is why I like this guy, what he's talking about, the Ghanaian person. What he's saying is just saying, the reason we do business is to counter the taxation part, so that at one point we don't have to pay taxes, but the government actually makes enough money to take care of us. You've heard of countries that actually do not pay school fees, do not pay, yani ukiza mtoto unalipwa. And Bernard, If you ask people who went to school in the 70s, they will tell you they were getting paid, actually paid to go to campus. University walikuwa wanalipwa, not to pay. Walikuwa wanalipwa if you, yani they were being, those were very spoiled guys. So we need to understand this business that you're talking out there, telling us trillions and whatever, and then you come in here asking a guy, okay, what am I, unataka nikufanyie nini? Unataka nifanye nini? Bernard, country si ya Ruto na country si ya president, hata ingekuwa ni baba. Ningemwambia hakuna kitu unanifanyia, unauliza tunataka tufanye nini? You're not doing anything. You saw that video when he was asking the guy over there na akiwa kwa computer. Unataka sasa mimi nifanye nini? Nini naweza kusaidia na? Unasaidia nani? Ni pesa yako ama ni yetu? I wish I was that guy. Hiyo siku ningepigwa na nifinywe kulwalo wanafinyanga. Those nini the police. Ningemuuliza kwa unanipatia mimi sitaki kitu yako bwana, hii ni pesa yetu, hivi ndio tunataka pesa yetu ifanyike. Because who are you to come and ask me, kwani how rich is Ruto by himself? Is it his money that anadhani yeye ndio anafanyia watu favors? That is even Moi never used to do that. Moi alikuwa anauliza mnataka serikali ifanye nini? Huyu jamaa amejifanya yeye peke yake ndio anaweza fanyia watu kila kitu. Okay. I wanted that to be my finishing remark. Let me, because now Bernard umenichanganisha nikakuja bottoms up. Now let me start on my other notes. I hope that answers that. Bernard, kwa nini mmeanza kuzima makamera tukianza kuzusha? Hiyo ni swali. Kwa nini mnazima kamera na live feed?
Sasa wewe unataka unataka kila mtu ajue tumekataliwa. Unakumbuka kwa shule tumeenda ile ilikuwa inter school music festival. Na umesema utabeba msichana wa skato. Alafu ukaenda ukatupa mistari alafu ukakataliwa. So you don't let the camera carry that kind of footage, do you?
Ama ya Nakuru ili ni sasa Kitale watu walianza kuzusha kidogo kamera. We have the insights. We know the message. Nini ilishi hapo hiyo meeting haikuendelea. We have the insights. Lakini huyu jamaa ameambia watu wa kamera yake, unajua venye baba ubeba watu wake ma video na nini and live streaming. You know, the good thing about nowadays is the technology. People are live streaming. So now on Ruto's nini, they've been given orders that mkiona watu wana heko, zima hiyo kitu haraka, no live streaming. That was funny, but yeah, the guy is going nini. And then Bernard, let me run out real quick because I had just a couple of points as I'm leaving with you. This thing of girls being killed, nilisikia ukiogopa kusema story ya Maslay Queen. Mimi nitaisema because mimi siogopagi. There's a decay, a societal decay, and this began with even sponsors, kukula fair. You know that something that we've never had, these things that was coming, is that is the society has a decay of where the young girls, even the socialites, what you ulikonogopa kuongea. What is happening is that also you can't have that kind of a society. Well, actually, the society is actually bitter. So it's kind of like unakula fea ya mtu amekutumia pesa, and let me use it. Unaweza funga masikio. Unakula fea ya kijana mwenye ako huko hivyo ameumia. Alafu unakuja kwake unadhani atakuwa anakufikiriaje? Basically what I'm trying to say is that the society has decayed so much to where we're ahead of our times. You see, it also leads to where you find people with mental diseases that people do not understand because of problems. And in Kenya we don't have mental guidance na vitu kama hizo, and because guys are already going through a hard time, and then you come and do some things. And then also there's another thing the society is doing now. Everything is about money. So if a deal goes wrong, Bernard, do you imagine by the time you kill someone, what is actually going on in your mind? So you see, it's just what exactly is the fatigue in the societal, geo-economical, societal kind of way of thinking things, you know, the physiological and psychological thing that is happening. Africa is, especially Kenya, some people are running too fast to get into the first world. And that's why even in parliament, they're still talking about America does this, US, you know, UK does this, but you're trying to identify yourself with something that you really don't have. And the moment you do that, you start failing. Then you find people, I'm homeless other than Chokora, and then now you will start finding people who are homeless. Then ukienda ukifanya mtu, everybody is mad at the whole world. It's something that is creeping on us slowly. And that's why you hear serial killers. Kitambo, we never had serial killers. But in this developed country, you hear them. And people get away with those things. So people know that. Now, the other one, real quick sasa nitaharakisha so that I don't take too much time. Kona tu tatu. Bernard Ruto will never sit down as long as ODM and the other people are out on the streets. Sijui kwa nini mnashtuka. Ata cancel kila kitu. Kama mnaenda Bungoma na yeye lazima aende mahali. You know, he's a president. He shouldn't. It's a national security issue for him to be standing on top of a car. What if somebody was a sniper amchapie huko? Ask JFK. You know, you can be as a president, you can be standing huko, you look like we're still on campaign and you haven't even finished 2 years. You need to sit down and actually work. Hakuna mtu anafaa kuwa akikuona huko. Let ODM do what they are doing. You don't have to counter everything. Like tukienda huko na unataka kwenda huko, tukinyamaza na unanyamaza, unaruka unaenda sijui UK. CJ Koome. I was on the comment section yesterday, Bernard. I said, CJ Koome, I know Julia, wherever you are, Julia alikuwa ni juzi. Julia alikuwa akisema anaona kama CJ Koome amefunguka macho. I'm saying, mimi Bernard, I'm going to say it. CJ Koome ametii amri. Ametii. She has no backbone. She doesn't understand what she does. She's threatened. I mean, she feels like now she has to, you know, she's threatened. She's not kina CJ Maranga. And that is Bernard one time, and I know the ladies will hit me. I said, I don't believe our ladies are yet ready. Najua watanigonga to hold places where, I mean, mali unafaa kuwa na what we call BALLS. I don't believe they're still there. I know they're good leaders, but I don't believe they're still there. That's my take. Ntagongwa. And then Bernard, I heard Kalonzo talk today on Spice. And I know I don't like talking about Kalonzo because of the fights that I've gotten here, just because of association and things like that. And I hate talking about Kalonzo, but I want people to go back and watch what Kalonzo was talking. Kalonzo, they tried everything to talk to him about 2027. Yes, he was talking that he's the one that is going to run and everything. But every time they brought 2027, the guy would not talk. He just wanted to talk about 2024. That would tell you he's passing a message and telling you guys 2024 is going to be hectic for this guy, because that's where guys are. Now, Sudi, your story, Sudi, this is a Rift Valley thing that has always been. Rift Valley, every politician there that thinks that they can go, and this is due to Ruto and 2007. They know that they have to bring chaos. If you bring chaos in Rift Valley, that's how they know, because they threaten. There's a lot of people that live in Rift Valley, and people are scared of them. We need to stop this thing. And if we have to go down to Rift Valley and tell them that you're not the only country and you're not going to bring chaos in this country, then maybe we need to do that, because this chaos, angalia kina huko Rift Valley tu, hapo tu ndo kunatokeaga vita na vitu hazieleweki. The rest of the country is such a big place. The rest of the country is easy. Bernard, I rest my case by saying we need to follow what the Ghanaian president is talking about. And if we don't go that way, then we need to kick someone out. We are tired. My mom was telling me, Chungo sistripiwe at the airport because I hear airport kuna maneno huko hivyo because I'm going home just soon. So that's my take, Bernard. I really thank you. Asanteni watu wa comment section. Everybody that is listening to us is being Mato. I won't be here long. Maybe tutapatana weekend. Thank you guys. I appreciate you, kila mtu. And Bernard, thank you for always being here with us. Lala, thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much for that overview. And it's awesome. Kenyans should be on the lookout. Like the question I asked, I'll keep asking. What are the consequences of stealing presidents in Kenya? When you're caught stealing to become a president in Kenya, what happens to you? That is a matter we must settle as a country once and for all. Because Kibaki stole 2007, he was given state house, was given police, was given protection. 2013, the same thing. Were given protection, state house, the army and everything. 2017, the same, 2022. So what are there any dire consequences for being a thief in Kenya? That is a matter we must come to terms with, even as we continue engaging. Now, I will also be signing out, but before that, let me share these videos and then tuende kwa Lala to summarize. And in the meantime, while the video is playing, mimi nitakuwa nimeng'atuka, nitaachia dereva wenu ambaye.
Number one. Number two, the way you phrased it, that this war between the executive and the judiciary, there is no war. And it reminds me of, I've been watching news a lot. And the international media, especially, I don't know whether I'm allowed to mention, yes, but let's say, yes, you can. Yes, if you look at CNN, for example, reporting, when it was between Russia and Ukraine, they clearly wrote the Russian war on Ukraine. Now that is between Israel and Palestine or the Hamas, it's not Israel war on Hamas. They say the Israel-Palestinian conflict. But if you watch Al Jazeera, on the other hand, they say the Israeli war on Hamas. In our case, it is not a war between the executive and the judiciary. It is the executive war on the judiciary. The judiciary has not opened any war on the executive.
If the president has any problem with the judiciary or any judge, why can't he go through the JSC? Why can't he go through due process rather than, making announcements?
The explanation given by Honorable Sholei cannot be faulted on its own, but that's not what's happening, okay? The process of what's happening is a process essentially of witch hunting and trying to cause disaffection, not even against an individual judge, but against the institution of the judiciary. Look, there are mechanisms for checking the judiciary. I can outline like 5 very quickly. First of all, in terms of decision making, if you think a judge has made a mistake, you can apply for review. And there are 2 kinds of review. There's administrative review or judicial review, or you can appeal. That's number 1. Number 2, within the judiciary itself, the Constitution allows you, if you think one judge is likely to make a mistake, you ask for an uneven bench. And in fact, the Constitution itself says that if it's a question that raises substantial issues of law, then it must be at least an uneven bench of 3. So that's internally. Externally, if you think a judge has made a mistake, you go to the Judicial Service Commission. And you can either do it anonymously or you can disclose. So, for example, if the president believes that he has evidence against any individual or some judges, he can do so himself, or he can cause someone else to do it, and he can even do it anonymously. The JSC can act of its own motion and investigate. Secondly, the criminal jurisdiction still remains. The president chairs the National Security Council. That is actually the closest he can come to dealing with the judiciary, because he chairs the National Security Council, of which the National Intelligence Service is part of. And one would expect, therefore, that he could get briefings which you and I might not get. But the question is, if he gets such a briefing, that briefing will not be against the judiciary. it will be against an individual judge and individual actions. So what should he do? Should we go, in churches and in funerals and accuse the judiciary in blanket? No. He should do either of two things. Use that information and pass it on to the JSC so that appropriate action can be taken. But if it is corruption, as he's saying, nothing stops the NIS acting with the DCI and the ESCC from dealing with the individual corruption of judges. No judge is insulated from criminal conduct. The insulation is in terms of interfering with their work and removal from office. So if he has all this, why does he keep going to people who don't have that information and can do nothing? Yet he knows the right channel.
Okay, thank you and welcome back after the break. And Buenalala, happy to see you. Kenyan with the love, happy to see you once more time. New year, once again with a new vibe.
Kama kawa, kama nini, kama dawa.
Our viewers are welcome you back, and tunasema kama dawa. Lazima tutatibu hii Kenya mpaka mjiweze. Hata kama mjiweze, we shall make sure we give each and everyone the dose so that akaweze kupona pia na yeye. I miss you so much, my people, and this night we'll be rolling down. Naona comment section imechangamuka na kuna matu hapo, kuna comment yako hapo, I'll be reading it shortly. But I want to urge you people, let us just continue moving up the show and continue making it to move with subscription, and also inviting people to come and be part and parcel of this. Kuna swali imepita nimekuwa huko nyuma, Bernard akiuliza another question, that which are the consequences of somebody or a president ule ambaye ameiba kiti cha urais. So we'll be looking deeper into it as we continue with the discussion. Before I welcome the people on the board, but I just welcome you everyone where we're watching us from. Please just come inside the studio and let us discuss this out so that we can make Kenya a better place and a better environment to be. Kenya is our country, and if we don't make up our country, we'll be the one to be blamed. We'll be the one in trouble, because wherever we do or wherever you plant is the one that you harvest, whether today or tomorrow. Everything you plant is the one that you harvest. If you not make it right today, it will cost us or cost our generation back in coming future. Yesterday we had an amazing show and we had a greater time where we looked upon everything and everything in details. And Bernard, since earlier yesterday, just look another more details which we have been looking also in our show tonight. And the poll question today that Bernard has put there is asking that. Are you satisfied with the judge rulings of Shakahola? Is the people who suffered in Shakahola get the right or get their freedom, or they get the justice? So just please contribute to the question. I said the percentage is rising up. The people saying they know, because you can't exchange anything with the life of somebody. You can't even be jailed for prison with the life of somebody, because you've taken out the life, and not one, not two, more than 400 lives. So meaning this is something that even God himself can't forgive. Even the devil himself can't forgive you for doing that, because you've taken them. You've taken many people. And Bernard said earlier that Mackenzie is not a newcomer in the parliament. That's why Ruto come with the principle that mambo ni matatu Kenya, because he knows the way to take people to heaven. He'll just call Mackenzie for you, and then you will go to heaven. Please welcome back to the drive, and let us keep on moving. People in the comment section, I'll normally be encouraged with you people, because you are doing great. Buenalala there, and Kenya in the love. Happy to see you. And as we're rolling down, I want to contribute to the past video that Bernard has played there on the screen. As we begin from there, as we continue. Kenyan with love, are you getting me?
Oh, sorry. I was sorry, Shady.
Don't be carried away, please.
No. I was listening to a video here that I was trying to edit to somewhere where, because I wanted to ask, I only have about 10 minutes to be here. I have to go pick up somebody, but it's something that I'd spoken about, and now that you're here, But sorry, I was listening to it so that I know where to stop it and where to when it comes to that time where I can play it. But anyway, you me Peter. What was the question? Sorry, Pole, I got carried out kidogo. I thought you know. I'm back. I'm back. Kama kawa, kama. Nilikuwa naangalia. You know, I'm looking at something, listening, and then I'm trying to listen.
At something. Listen to the query.
Okay, what's the query?
The query is Bernard has played the video, and the discussion was about that. Before you go, just briefly tell us before you leave the studio.
I'm gonna be with you here for about maybe. I still have another 15 minutes, so don't worry about that.
That's good. That's good. We need to take the vibe. Okay, the question is, what is the consequences that the people who stole the president shall face, or people who stole the governorship or the leadership of the Kenyan? What is the punishment for them? I had that question, Bernard.
So the Constitution, even before you steal, the Constitution in itself, and I know, thank you, welcome back. I think this is the first time since you came back, and umekuja na fujo. I've been seeing you on the side and whatever. Now last time, by the way, I mean kona vita na wewe. You know, the other time I came with my other name, Kenya Mkora, ukanieka pending.
Stop fighting with the Kenya Mkora name. Being a good, genuine Kenyan.
No, everybody here knows the Kenya Mkora. They know when I come with Kenya Mkora, they already...
I don't want the people Wakora. Wakora are people from UDA. I don't want people who are Mkora.
Hata ukiuliza Kenya Mkora ni nani, ukiona tu mato Kenyan with love, Kenyan, everybody knows. But anyway, that's fine. No, the thing is that I've been fighting here for about the Constitution. I'm one of the people that have started with the Constitution. Watu wakanipiga. Nowadays, people are starting to understand what I was saying. Because basically, our Constitution actually has all the answers. If you read chapter 6, if you read chapter 1, if you go even to chapter 278, I'm telling you, everything is laid right there. The only problem that we have with our country is the fact that people really do not want to read the Constitution. They understand that we do have a Constitution. And kuna mtu alisemaga, you know what? If you want to hide anything from a Kenyan, please hide it in a book. They will never get it. Kama uko na milioni 6 unataka kufichia mtu, weka kwa kitabu.
The worst one weka kwa Biblia.
Yeah, the worst. Kwanza hiyo sasa hiyo hata hija hapa. Hiyo itapatikana 200 years from today. You know? People never ever want to read. And sometimes we've been here. I mean, you know, when Shidi, you were here those times, when we started doing our show, you know, we used to be another name. I won't even mention it here. But at the time, we used to actually every day end with the national anthem until, I don't know, somebody copyrighted it. And I don't know, I don't understand how somebody can copyright the national anthem of a country. But anyway, tukaacha kucheza hiyo. Then we started ending up with the Constitution. We read the whole Constitution for almost a whole year, 3 times back to back. We used to have Makiadi anasoma hii chapter today, tomorrow we're going to the other chapter. Because unless people understand the Constitution and see the Constitution, then they will ask these questions that you're asking. What happens to a president that has stolen an election? First of all, you have to go back first of all to look at him. Is he first of all qualified? Now, chapter 6, Ruto should never even be there. Gachagua should not even be. Most of these people, when you go to the chapter 6 of our Constitution, they shouldn't even be there. Now, what happens to the people that actually steal an election? That's called rigging. The Constitution is written in itself. That's a criminal thing. It's kind of like the Constitution itself says that you're not supposed to get what do you call this? Kupewa goodies from another person, because that is money that is supposed to be for Kenyans, and that you're being bribed. So what do you do with somebody that has been bribed? When Kibaki's time, mlikuwa mnafanyia nini Karawa akishikwa ana bribe? Because that time, even citizens had the right to arrest a cop that is being bribed. It is in the Constitution. A president, not a president. You cannot be a president by rigging yourself in. So that is not a president. But even a president that is found going against the Constitution, you're supposed to be jailed. Who's going to jail you? In this case, Ruto. Who's going to jail Ruto? If the CJ herself wants to go talk to him. You see, that is where the Constitution actually applies to, and really, here's Shadi, just give me 1 minute to say this one, please. Here's the whole difficult part of it. The Constitution is not followed, not even just in the hierarchy. In the hierarchy, there's no Constitution. But even when you come down to the normal guys, now the hustlers, what they want to call the mamamboga mtura, whoever anapika, unajua, I remember growing up in Nairobi, and yeah, and you know, we used to go to kula mtura. You used to know what time ya kukula mtura. Ikifika time fulani manze, karibia nyumbani. Mnakaa hapo hivyo, you know, jobless corner, mko hapo hivyo mnapiga story, mkiona Mahindra hivi, kila mtu what? Ndani ya nyumba, mwingine hata anaweza ingia kwa nyumba yenyu. Cause ukishika ukitembea unachukuliwa timsako. Not now, tell me what part of the Constitution how watu hutumia that. Me, I've been arrested in Nakuru coming from just vitu zangu just to go to my hotel, right? Even when I'm in the US, I went to Kenya and I was arrested in Nakuru, but yeah, unajua venye kitu chezo hatu kufika kwa judge, which I'm a part of it too. Am I happy about it? No. But in case hawa watu wakikufikisha kwa judge, unashikagwa na makosa gani? What is makosa gani ufai kutembea nini usiku? In the Constitution, you have freedom to freedom of association, freedom of movement, and it doesn't give you a timeline. So watu wengine hata wanaogopa polisi. Polisi anakupiga kibari, anakwambia pita huko wewe. Na hiyo venye wanaongeanga sijui wanafunza kwa nini kigajo. Pita huko wewe, unapigwa kibari. Constitutionally, you're supposed to sue them. Just to educate our people. Because Wakenya wanapenda sana kujilinganisha na hizi countries zingine. Do you know if a police did that to someone in such these countries, that guy is a millionaire in a minute. Because they will sue them. They have to treat you with respect. Unapata bado Kenya tunabebana na viboko za jembe. Police. When you look at it in the Constitution, that guy is actually the criminal. And that is the problem, because Kenyans do not understand the Constitution. Nani, Shedizo, I always, this girl nimemtafuta. There's a girl alikuwa anapiga picha ile time ya maandamano, akapiga nini akamwambia, mnanifanyia mimi sijafanya kitu, napiga picha, mimi msiniletee, sijafanya chochote. But you know, in Africa we have that, usishike mwanamke, especially kama mapicha zinakuona. Akasema pana, this is my constitutional right, I can go wherever I want in this country, which is a right that you have to. So to answer your question, it is in the Constitution. Let people go buy that book, start reading the Constitution. Ndio hata Karawa kikushika unamwambia Constitution chapter what says this and this. Why do you think Okia Mtata always wins the case? Watu wanadhani ngini kama anajuana na watu. No, walk in there, this is my constitutional right, this is the Constitution, hivi ndio inasema. Most of the people wanaendanga kuanza kuomba judge, pole mkubwa mimi sikufanya nini, pole sijui nini, but you're not quoting the Constitution because you have no idea what the Constitution is. Yep. Acha nimalizie hapo for now.
You are not winding up. Me nataka nikuchokoze before we go back to Raila's about the Constitution. I like it with the way you're putting it, because it brings the viewer that people will become lazy. Then I'd say that we never want to work up with our minds. But I normally bring trouble to us, because in normal call us, we are afraid of opening our minds. But that's the truth of Kenyans. We normally want to work less and have things done, because you askari akikushika leo ndeto jioni like tonight askari akushike. Then the funny thing, ukikuta kama umekuwa strong or you standing firm, ukifika koti utakuta unafungiwa, unapewa nini, unasomewa mashtaka mengine that even you were not part of it. Unakuta like umefika koti unasomekana bwana ulipatikana na madawa ya kulevya. So you wonder, if I stand on my right, Na nikakwambia mimi umenipata nje usiku, yes, sijakataa. Nimefanya makosa gani? Hakuna. You take me to the court. Now ile mashtaka utashonwa kotini is not even rhyming with what happened. That's the number one thing that makes Kenyan to be afraid and not to stand firm. Number two, inaonekana kwamba like previously show, we spoke about that many leaders or people on the top, they normally feel like if you have achieved to enter that seat or any seat in government, you are above the law. Nobody can fight against you. Which Kenya should understand that every person, everyone that lives in Kenya has the opportunity to follow the law. And so that's why Ruto is fighting to make sure that judiciary comes under him so that he can rule over it. Forgetting that the judiciary is an independent party. That's why he's threatening them, telling them there's corruption inside the judiciary. There are people who are corrupt in judiciary. Why do somebody can stand up and begin to say that there's people corrupt in the judiciary? Because he knows if we fight the judiciary and the judiciary will be afraid of him, he will rule over them. If I can threaten you, okay, I'm just giving a minute. If I can threaten you and tell you that, Neto, if you're not agreeing that to give me 500 shillings, tomorrow I'll take you to court, but I'll sue you with another crime. You find that Kenya be afraid, and we normally just agree with them. Okay, come in.
You know, the thing, my brother, that actually you're doing wrong is that to put the law and the constitution in the same statement with Mr. Criminal, convicted criminal, Ruto. You cannot look at the constitution and then put a convicted criminal in the same statement. You see, first of all, to give you a good example that is actually it's factual. We already know he's a felon, convicted. Have we ever seen him in handcuffs? Yes. Have we seen Gachagua in handcuffs? Yes. Am I lying? Am I saying the truth? Right? So when you find people like that, and the biggest thing that I don't know why people keep on forgetting. You know, Kenya, we are a forgetful nation. You know, the first thing that Ruto got in there, did when he got in there, is first of all to sign in those judges. And I want people to go listen. I hate talking about Kalonzo because I've been hit a lot of times because people think I'm a Kalonzo person due to association, whatever. But when he was talking, when he went and asked Uhuru, why didn't you want to sign these 6 judges? And he told them, even the international community is talking about some of them, and we know them. Even we know the lawyers that were even in that. Me, I would say it. Siogopagi, Ombetsa was involved in that. Walikuwa natupa ma laptop kwa nini kwa ocean so that the FBI doesn't get those laptops for the Akasha brothers, the drug thing. You remember Uhuru akibomoa what? The akibom ship huko kwa ocean. All the drugs go down. You remember the Akasha brothers. They were picked up at night because nobody could even come and help the Kenyan government was not helping them. So when you find the guy, the first order of the day, when he came in, was first of all to install those corrupt judges that your predecessor, which you were part of that government, come and say, this is my first order, kuingiza criminal hapa hivi. And let me tell you, Shadi, like Orengo said, sometimes the government eats its own. Because those people that you put there, sometimes wataweza kuruka. But like I'm saying, right now, this whole thing is a messed up thing. You brought in a mafia in it, and the mafia wants to be there. Go read Pablo Escobar. He tried to be in the Congress. This is a Pablo Escobar that has read this thing and gone so far to become a president. And let me tell you the history after we are gone. The history of this guy will not be read good. That I'm telling you because I know where I have read his history. We already know that he never graduated. First of all, Nairobi University. He never graduated. He got into that YK92 and akaenda hivyo. This doctorate is manufactured. We know how many people he's killed. We know his kind of politics of scare in the Rift Valley. We know everything that is happening with him, and we know ukiuliza mtoto saizi hata wa Lang'ata atakuuliza umuulize tu nani mwizi huku utasikia. You know, I mean, even if kids can even see you, can understand what you are. And then what I really come and don't understand is how Kenyans really forget. They just wanaweka hiyo kando pale. And then now let's move on. And that is why we never, as not even in Africa, we never move on, because we have the rules of engagement, but we don't use them. So we are rogue. And that's why sometimes I say, let's suspend the constitution. Mimi Shedu ukiingia kwangu mimi niko na constitution yangu. If you come and you don't introduce yourself, I'll kill you there. Mtu asijaribu kunifanyia chochote. First of all, maybe we need to go the Somalia way. Tuheshimiane. And then after that, now we come and agree, okay, are we going to follow this or are we not going to follow that? Because if Osoro and all these guys and other people that are well connected, they can go, look at Echesa was doing gun deals in what? The deputy president's, I mean, have we forgotten that he was doing gun deals in his office? How did he even get there? So it has to come a time that we will really look at these things and stop babying things and say as is. Mimi wa Kenya, take the constitution, change where you think it doesn't work, and let's follow the constitution. If you're not going to follow it, me, I won't follow it. Mi nitaua mtu alafu uniambie, nitakwambia si pia ule aliua. Case study number 1, Aisha Jumwa and Munguka na nani. Case number 2, ule. Now, let's talk about the constitution. How did that happen? Now, ukikuja kuniambia, I will disrespect the judge. I will disrespect even the court. I don't care. Ukiniuliza kitu nakwambia wewe enda kwanza kumalizane na ile ingine. I don't care about you. So judge anakuja kuniongelesha ati anataka kunifunga. Ambia wewe usiniongeleshe bwana, kwanza ulifunga ule mwingine. So it is going to bring an anarchy kind of way. Nobody wants to listen. So now we don't even need the judiciary. If we don't need the judiciary, then we don't even need the what we call leaders. I don't even know why you guys call them honorable. They're supposed to be public servants. I don't know even, I mean, seriously, can we go back and look at the constitution and actually look at our country and be serious with what we do? Hatutaua mtu wa kuku hapa hivi alafu mtu huku ametuibia na Kenya hatutaki hiyo mchezo tena. We have to go back and be legit kama tunataka kuwa first world. Yeah.
Ndio hiyo. Okay, anapenda Kenya yake kweli kweli. Indeed. People, let us continue sharing up the views. Let us continue following us. And those who are watching us from Facebook, we are live on Kibali launch. We are not yet fixing up the Sound Candy Talk, but we will fixing it very soon as possible. Please, those who are watching us from Facebook, follow us on Kibali launch, where we are live also on Facebook, and also Sound Candy Talk and Sound Candy Talk live as YouTube channel. So please consider you and consider us and consider following and continue subscribing. Is the first time coming across the channel. And also those who are watching, please let us like the video and also contribute towards the poll question. And there is the link to join the studio on the comment section. Just click the link and let's configure your camera and your audio and come and contribute one-on-one live as Kenyan as you wish. Before I continue, let me welcome. Is Lala listening to us? Lala, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, go on. I need to hear your voice. That is going crazy here.
Mato, I think I heard him. And it's good to see Alex. It's good to see Joseph. And all of you in the back. I think a number of people have questioned my credentials as a preacher because some think that I'm more engaged in politics than preaching. But I want to remind all of them that the brand of Christianity we have in our time is part of the problem. It's part of the problem because they are comfortable with a thief, corrupt, abusers and murderers running their lives. Thought my Bible tells me that it's Christ to rule my life and the affairs of my life. And so if I let someone that I do know is not dictated to me by the text, the word of God is very clear. And secondly, out of the word of God, then we have the constitution, which is man's way to fulfill the calling of God to humanity. Therefore, those who think that I'm not a preacher, please go think, go read, go look at the text that you're looking at, and you will come to agree with me that biblical prophets were all, if you want to use that term, politicians they were. John the Baptist faced Herod, basically condemned his acts, his activities, and many prophets suffered because of their stand. And so please, please, I want you to look at Candy Talk as a very spiritual place. It doesn't mean we are perfect. It simply means that we are trying to do, as Martin Luther told us, the will of the Father. And that is why we are here. And Kenya will not change unless you are born again, which means your life begins to look at the scripture for what it is, and you begin to do what God has asked you to do. And so I think it's important for us to kind of rediscover some of those texts that we have used, because some have become obsolete because they miss out the word of God. The word of God is living right, is looking at the affairs of the least amongst us, and we see them. Thank God for technology, because you can Google, you can zoom on lives of Kenyans in the rural areas and know exactly what they are going through. It doesn't matter where you are. You know the suffering, you know the kind of homes they live in, you kind of children can't go to school, and you know the size of our children that because of lack of nutrition, they don't live healthy lives. Their growth is impacted by kind of condition they live in, the harsh condition that they live in. And then we have this class of people that is lording over them, collecting taxes and don't take care of their needs. And the sad thing that we have lived with this kind of atmosphere, this kind of activities, evil, injustice, to the point where our conscience are sheared. So we don't really hear the cry, the pain, and the agony that people go through. And when we had Mandamano, what I saw when I went to visit, attended to some of those funerals, I saw the yearning of Kenyans, what they were just hoping and looking, and they thought they would get with the election. They went out on the street because of the injustice, because of hunger, because of the disease, because of lack of education, lack of resources, because of poverty that is on them. When I was young, my home had granaries, and those granaries had njugus and millet and all kinds of food. And therefore, if you are in Nairobi and things that life is rough in Nairobi, that naambia kwa mimi narudi Ushago, because you're going to eat, you're going to live. But right now, Oshago does not exist. You go there, there's nothing to eat. There are no granaries to go and get, people are struggling, and most of those youth walienda shule, wazazi wakauza kila kitu, ng'ombe zao, mashamba, those granaries are no more, land. And then sasa wako nyumbani, wamerudi nyumbani. No wonder you hear all these traumatic experiences, you know, the killings and the beating and all these things, because people are hopeless. The feeling of hopelessness is what is driving them even to go and protest for little right that they thought they had. That vote they thought they had, they could use it. And then what they thought would give them hope was dashed from them, was taken away from them. So they can't vote, they can't eat, they can't marry. Now they married, they have to pay tax. They're stuck. Kenyans are stuck. And so when you have this class of people that don't hear, don't listen to the pain of the people, and that's when some of us get mad. And even a simple place like coming to Candy Talk, we don't want to do anything. We just want to wait for somebody to do a miracle for us. Let Baba do it. It is wrong, what Kenya wenzangu. It's not Christian. It's not cultural. Manake nilikuwa najua mume ni jasho. Yaani hata kwa mila zetu mume haafi ndani ya nyumba, anaenda nje. Lakini sisi uoga hii, tuko ndani ya nyumba, huyu mtu anatukojolea na tuko pale pale ndani, hatutoki nje. Ni wakati wa wote tutoke nje. Lazima tukomboe nchi yetu. Tunahitaji Kenya. Kenya ndio God's gift to us. You let it go, next time those foreigners that this man is serving are coming to take over. Tutakuwa tu, just maids, because that is exporting those maids out there, our people as maids. That is what is in the mind. You may have education, but in the mind of this government, wewe tu ni maid, wewe tu ni watchman. And that's what they think. That's why, what is he looking for? Jobs. Aina gani anatafutia watu? It's not empowering the business community. It's taxing them. Look at what Ghana. I just watched that video. That's the right step. That's the progressive way to change a nation. So this man is wrong on every side. Economically is wrong. Spiritually is wrong. Socially is wrong. It's wrong, and it is our duty to be able to get rid of him. So Mato, nimekubali na wewe kabisa. Ni lazima tufanye, na kile ambacho tuko nacho ambacho tunatusaidia ni constitution yetu. Everything is there in that constitution. Everything we need is there. The plan is there. Everything is there. It's a matter of just reading it and then believing it. Wajua watu mimi nashangaa sana wa Kenya. Unasikia high constitution atukusaidia, lazima tubadilishe hapa. There's nothing to change. Yes, we'll change some things, but in its current state constitution, all we need is to implement it. Kenyans to read it, internalize it, and believe it. You see, you may belong to Manchester United or Arsenal or Cleveland Brown, whatever. You see, and you're a player. Your job is to learn what they call the playbook. There's something called a playbook. That is what coaches use to call a play. The moves, especially American football and others. That playbook is so critical. And a player's job is to learn it. I've never seen a player, the play call is called, and the player run to the side of the field to look at the book and run back in. They are supposed to internalize it. Constitution, that their people should never be in leadership, including Ruto, Gachagua. These are criminals. Unless you
decided that's what you want for your children to steal, send them out to go steal. And then praise them, and then that's, they can practice that, then they're going to be leaders. If you want that, what we want for the nation, then my children, our children should learn to be criminals. There's a tribe in the Papua New Guinea side, you know, and this tribe specialized in stealing. And about 100 years ago, missionaries went there. They took them the movie of Christ to show them so that they can love Jesus. At the end of the movie, you know whom they chose? Judas. That's the one they had identified with. Because that's the smart guy who goes out there to get what he wants. Kenya is moving in that direction of that tribe in the Polynesia, okay? Where truth and justice and all that are not part of our vocabulary, part of our life. It is stealing, because if a leader, the example is giving our children, our women and others, is that crime pays. Crime pays, then why are we struggling? And so what they want is you and me, some of us Kenyans outside, bring in the money and don't ask what we do with it. And we don't know what they're doing. One of the things about the government is the government has to explain policy. A CS job is simply a PR person to help people understand the policy so you can buy it. The technical people, people like the permanent secretary and others, those are the technical guys to kind of work on detail of the policies. A CS is supposed to be able to sell it, explain it to us, help us to understand how this is going to change us, change our lives. So when it goes to Parliament, it passes so that it becomes something that we all buy into. The fact that somebody even wins an election does not mean everything that they came up with, they have to implement them. They got to craft and make it to deals and others so that people can be persuaded those are the best ways available to better our lives. Not, pushing things through, our throat. And the way it talks is crazy. It's crazy. That's not democracy. That's theocracy. That's not even theocracy. That's dictatorship. In other words, utafanya hawezi, yani ataki akili, yani akili yako, yani ni yake peke yake. Yani Kenya sasa wakati huu ina brain moja called Ruto.
Okay, Lala.
Amuna. Now even wrong has to be right. We are developing in the name Yaldima. You cite his statements as true and fact. That is not democracy. That is not what our forefathers fought and died for. And actually, the way we are moving, I think even colonial era probably is better than some aspect of this government. Because the colonialists actually believed, up to an extent, in what we can do. And some of them did. But Ruto is actually doing exactly what Kenyans fought against, to be dominated by someone else. Right now, young men in Kenya, if you allow this man to continue on, another spirit that bypasses even you as the man of the home, the one who should come up with the decision, because he's not interested in what you got to say, it's what he wants. He wants you to have a house. So he's building them. You have your home, you got no say. So you have a home and then he's building another one for you. That's exactly what he's doing. There are people with homes. They don't need that. The funding should be into something else.
Okay, Lala, wind
It's a
up,
waste
please.
of money. And you see, some of this money may be debt that you and I are going to pay with homes that we may not need. So we gotta stop him. It's crazy. Huyu jamaa ana kichaa. Manake hakuna serikali ambayo itaongozwa vile huyu jamaa huongoza, ambayo ita meet the needs ya watu wake. So constitution has been kicked out. And now, of course, the judges who actually trapped themselves are now trapped in there. People who should have been at the forefront. And actually, I have an issue with our judges, with our judiciary, and especially those in the law fraternity. They knew all these things. They knew Baba won that election. When we need them on the street, hawakuwa pale. Kinamata Kome, talking the way they talk. So they're cheap. They're bought with money. And that's something that maybe I agree with Ruto, because he bribed them. He bribed them. But now is the time for them to step forward and say no. Even people repent. I come from a place where there's a second chance. So some of them, you guys, the judiciary, you got to stand in the front because you abandoned your space and you let things happen. Now that you are being attacked, all of a sudden, now you are trying to be at the front again. But you should have been there when these young men were being shot. All of you, with your robes on the street, outside, and all of us would have followed you. And Ruto could not have done what he has done so far. It is all of us to stand and do it together. And then the nation shall be saved, or else we're in trouble. Okay, I'll stop there. I think Alex is there.
Okay.
Jadiza,
Thank you, Lala, for
back
that
to
great
you.
Thank you for that great submission, Lala. I appreciate it. Please let us continue following, let us continue subscribing, let us continue sharing. Unajua siku ya kwanza ukifungua shule, siku ya tulisoma shule ya CDF, yani shule ya serikali. Mwalimu could be a bit light for the people during the opening day and also the next day. So this is the first week of the year since I retrieved back. So I'll be a little bit humble, but please, if you know you are there and you can show your PP is better, unless Alex alone, I will request Alex to remain behind the curtains, but other people will ask you, please let us come on the PP and on the passport, and it will be better so that we can make our video better and great, so that for people to watch and continue following us and get clear to make our videos look so good, and I will appreciate it so much. Okay, I thank each and everyone. I want back to Ndeto say that. I mean, Kenyans love bring a question that I want to address it a little bit. Something how funny, because I mean, realize the thing that we have been facing as Kenyans is about the law, which Kenyan drivers spoke about it so much and so great. The thing is there that even in our curriculum, Kenya curriculum, we have never they have never put a syllabus about the Kenya Constitution, which is the one major effect that affects Kenyans, because people go to school, but after coming to school, they haven't known any Constitution, and in school we learn everything. So what can we vote for this, and we argue that the syllabus on the curriculum, even the CBC, would add the Constitution to the syllabus, and from grade 4 to grade 8, you will read the Constitution, and you know your rights, and should be set also in examination, so that our kids or the generation that is coming should understand and know the law. This ignorance is because that when people get out of school, they haven't known anything about the law, so they are misused and they are frustrated because they don't understand the law. So I'm voting for it. Let us bring it back to school. Let us add the curriculum to add the law as a syllabus, as a topic, so that children should learn about the law and know their rights from the young age up to elder. Even the Bible says those people who preach, that show the kid the way, and you will never depart on it. So it is the high time, beginning from parents, beginning from teachers, beginning from every corner where you are. Let us begin to teach our children or our kids about the law. So when they grow up, they will know my rights. I have the right. I have the right to speak. I have the right to move, and I have the right to stand firm. Because there's a problem that we are facing, that we were discussing up here about the president. The president still the election, and the thing just died like that, or the circumstance just being demolished like that. It's because we lack the law, and Kenya will have contributed towards that. So it is high time we need to stand up and make sure that every corner we train up our kids to know their rights and the law. We urge the government to bring it back to the syllabus, the school curriculum. It should be part of the school curriculum so that the kids should develop up or grow up as they understand what is my rights. Let me welcome Alex before you come in, Kenyan with love. Oh, Alex has disappeared.
Well, allow me to take Alex's because I'm leaving, please.
Okay, go on.
Just 2 seconds. You know, one thing I've realized that I was just looking for that video. It's always been in the media. I mean, in the YouTube, whatever, or even Google. I was looking for that thing of when Ruto was arrested, and actually, it seems to have disappeared. I think these guys, they are cleaning up their mess. I'll still look for it. But what you just said, and so as I go, those people who did like me, we did something that was called GHC. GHC was Geography, History, and Civics. So you could actually, some constitution was introduced in it. I mean, it wasn't really, it was just about how, you know, geography, history, and civics, GHC. It was there. But yes, you're right. People need to really now actually come back and understand the rights and the constitution and everything. And unless we get into that, thank you the way you said it, and I need people to start talking about the constitution and talking about what their rights are, because a lot of people here, I can ask you, Shady, which rights? You know what? Let me do a real quick one. What are your rights? Tell me 4 rights as a Kenyan.
I have the right to move, I have the right to speak, and I have the right to stand on my opinion. Nobody should tell me that you have to do this when I don't want to do it.
You see,
I
now
have the right to make a decision.
Yeah, you see, now you just spoke that what you feel that you have. But if I told you, because you just circled just one chapter, can you explain to me which chapters of the Constitution you took those rights from? It's a question.
Data is not necessary for people to know.
No, it's very necessary. Alex, please, I'm talking, please. Usiningilie, please. Just stop. Hold on.
Really?
Wait for your time. No, wait for your time, sir. I'm just finishing and then I leave. I don't have the time to wait. Alex,
you
please.
asked a question.
But I did not ask you, Alex. I asked Shady. You're not the moderator. Let the moderator give you time. Dude, relax.
Okay, let us do this.
You asked the whole panel. You didn't say Shady.
Wait, I was asking Shady. Can you wait for the moderator? I was given the chance. Don't spoil it. I'm about to leave, Alex. I'm working with time here. Hold on. You will answer. I'll still listen to you. Yeah.
I will leave. Let me leave.
No, don't leave, Alex.
No, let me leave. This guy is attacking me. He asks, he did not say sedition.
Okay, Alex, go on. Alex.
No, let me leave. You know, I don't like
don't
to
leave it. It was your turn, in fact. You were supposed to submit.
So I don't know what to submit. You have to ask me a question.
Okay, we were speaking about what should be the punishment or what should be taken about the people who stole the president or the people who stole the seat to enter in any seat, whether the governor seat or the MP seat or the presidential seat. What should be the repercussion or the consequences?
Obviously, they should get out of those seats. But you know what Ruto did? He made sure we don't have an IBC. And when you don't have the IEBC, it's a constitutional crisis. But Kenya is not taking it as a constitutional crisis. Look, we had a petition that went to court, I think in Bandera, somewhere in Bandera. But because we did not have an IEBC, the court declared that the guy should continue to work. So right now, it's very hard to put a petition that this guy did not win the election. Because even if you put it successfully go to the court, what next? Nothing. Because we don't have an IEBC. And this guy doesn't seem to hurry up and make an IEBC. We may stay 2 years without an IEBC, unfortunately. So there's no repercussion that should happen right now because the process can go through the court successfully. However, after now, you have been declared that you did not win. There's no IEBC to do an election. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for that submission. Joseph, you said Joseph had disappeared, and I needed to ask you a question, but let us continue with it. Lala, what's our contribution towards it? What's your opinion?
For me, thanks, Alex, for that contribution. And I think for me, I look at it differently because even what Alex is saying still creates another problem, and that is, then where are we in? It's a lacuna, what is going on right now? Because if the Constitution does not provide for somebody who lost to run a country, so we are outside the Constitution even at this moment, and so I think the situation is, to me, is a crisis that may need an emergency intervention, which could get back basically the old government to run while they are organizing the new one, because it's as if in the Constitution, Ruto does not exist, because that is not the way it's supposed to be. So some emergency measures should be in place, which basically the old system to carry on is more logical as they prepare for one. The question is that enforceable? And this is where we think we are hijacked, because all Kenyans know they didn't win. Constitution says so. And so the question is, are we in no man's land? As I think we listened to the US idea, which we bought a lot from, when the head of the military basically was saying, for us, we take an oath not to an individual, not to some kind of state, but to the Constitution. The oath is made to the Constitution, because out of the Constitution, systems are created. And so which system as the Constitution has created now for the Constitution to apply and work on? So onekana hakuna. So to me, possibly we are basically we are in a crisis, and that's why maandamano is necessary to bring us back to a place where we can be governed by the rule of law, especially whoever was doing it before, a meeting of key stakeholders, and decide the destiny of this country, because this is a territory that is unknown, to all of us. So we actually as divided, we just don't know what to do. People are just scared Others don't know what to do. But I think we're in a very dangerous place at this time. That's my contribution to the question.
Thank you, Lala, for that great contribution to the question. And there's this calamity that is raising up that there's a strategy where that they want to demolish about the Azimio and the Baba rallies, where Baba replied to Ruto today, and Bernard speak earlier about it. And also I want to look on another perspective, where that there is a plan where that one they want to demolish that the movement of the Azimio from one point to another and making their campaigns to be closed. Because you find like that they say, and the earlier today, I realized that the chairman of the Azimio complaining about that they have been quite sometimes they are not been given the money they're supposed to be given, because the opposition they're supposed to be given some kind of money, certain of money, so that they can be able to pay their offices, they can be able to run their programs. But find that the complaint has been there that they have been unable to be given the funds so that they can pay even the offices and pay even the workers who work in their offices. So what are we driving towards that, so that the equality of the law or everything that is required to be given to the opponent, to the opposition side, or the party, any party that is vying for the presidential, or any party in Kenya, should be given their rights. What can you speak about that?
You know, that is also another issue where constitutionally, I believe political parties should get their share. Okay, and remember that Ruto and UDA and Kenya Kwanza, there are two weapons that they use. Is one is violence, the second one is money. And whoever is talking of the team, what they're trying to do is to instigate or is to create an environment where people cannot perform, cannot work, and that is an area where they are able to come in as the savior or trying to bring peace, but they are one behind, you know, the violence itself, and that is can be is very, very clear that that's an intention which we saw in Kisii. Look at what they did with Osoro, and I don't just think of it as Osoro. You know, I think it's Ruto. I think it's a system, and that is a weapon. The violence aspect of it. Look at the burial in Rongo. Okay, here's a man who's dead. Even before the man is buried, they were instigating violence. On the day of the burial, they tried it. After they had gone, they went there to destroy the tent. Okay, and then you hear the same things going on in the Western Kenya. So it is not rumors and all that. This is something that they are doing, and the idea is to create an environment where nothing can be done. Baba can't have his meeting. People can't organize to show how, you know, people are sick and tired of this man. Okay, and so he's using violence, and of course the money aspect. He's the one to have the money. He's the one to control it, and even some of these things that we see is about money, the tax and everything else, so that he's the one to be the savior of the people, the one with the money. So people are so poor that he's the one to kind of carry out. That is a political strategy to control, you know, the people, economically control the people, and also sociologically, you know, people now revolve around him. So those two are his major weapons. That is, huyu jamaa anatumia ili watu wamfuate. So you're not wrong. Those people are suggesting, saying, you know, making those statements are not wrong, because exactly is using the money thing, and then of course the violence is used it continue to use it. And so that one is for fear. Violence is about fear. And fear has worked for him. I remember after he won, or supposedly he didn't win, but it was announced that he took over power. A lot of people we used to talk became just so quiet and numb. And it was fear. Okay? So violence is fear. Fear will stop us from doing a lot of things, criticizing him, listening to what he has to say, and paralyzing us not to do anything. That's why we should not be afraid. Because if we are afraid, then we're not going to win this battle. Because that's what he knows. And to counter that, we must have the number. Can't be just few people that are stepping out. If you believe things are wrong in your country, you must step out. Let all of us talk. If all of us talk, we save people from death. And those who have died, their blood begin to speak very clearly that, what they died for is what we are standing for, giving us the strength to stand and fight for those that are less fortunate amongst us. So ni lazima wa Kenya tutoke nje na tupigane na jamaa. So maybe Alex and
okay, before I bring back Alex, Alex to contribute to it, people in the comment section are asking to ask the question before he left. Let me respond to the question, and that was question first because he asked me, where is it, where the chapter is. I spoke about chapter 5, I spoke about chapter 4 of the Constitution, where I speak about the human rights, that I have the right to life, I have the right for freedom, and I have the right also for security, and also I have the right for freedom of. I have the right for freedom of me. I have also the right for the freedom to move from one point to another, and the right of everything that I'm supposed to be. I have the right to vote as Kenyan. I also have the rights for me myself, which is chapter 4, that they have the right to prohibit slavery. Slavery. So I have the right also to stand and not to be a slave. People will let us continue reading the Constitution because the Constitution will help us. That is in chapter 4, and also be looking about this, another one which will be confirming the chapter, whereby we will be checking more details about it for the payment of or giving them money to the political party that they deserve to be given the money to stand and to run their objective as the political party. Let me help Alex. Let me bring in Alex. Alex, what is your contribution towards that?
What's chapter 4? Are you asking about chapter 4 of the Constitution?
I'm asking about the what I was just responding to the question, the Neto's question at first, and then I asked what's your contribution to what's about the denial of the money to the political parties.
I don't get you. About the denial of the money of the political?
Yes.
The money that Ruto has refused to give the political parties?
Yes.
Yeah, it's quite funny. And Sifuna spoke about it today in Bungoma. And he said that ODM was supposed to get 307 million this year. And the political party, political party what? Here in Aswabia political parties, they wrote to ODM and say this year they are going to get 120 million. Well, they did not aggravate and they did not complain. They knew Ruto, who Ruto is. But even after being told that that's the money they are supposed to be given, they have not received those monies until today. And Sifuna went on to say that he said two things. They had opened 43 offices of ODM that were functional, with furniture, with computers, with everything they needed if they wanted a structure whereby ODM can grow. He said now they have arrears in rents in all those things. And then the other thing Sifuna said was quite appalling. He said, all these rallies we are doing, they are being sponsored by Raila Odinga. You know, I felt painful that had Raila not had money, how could ODM have survived? It means that ODM could have died. But the high voltage rallies that I've seen, it started from Kisii, it went to Migori, Kisumu. No, it started from Siaya first. That's where the registration started. And Siaya was combined with Kisumu. Then they came to Kisii, they went to Migori, they've gone to Busia, then they went to Vihiga, and also they went to Bungoma today. And I saw the compassionate of Baba, of trying to popularize party with his own money because the government has refused to disband the monies that are supposed to be given. And the reason Ruto is doing that, he wants ODM to die. But ODM is not going to die. There are financiers behind also who are financing ODM because they know the purpose of Ruto is to kill the opposition. And the way to kill the opposition is to make sure they don't have money. And if they don't have money, they cannot operate. They cannot function. So Ruto is a very mendacious man. And if he wants to kill the political parties, he may kill like ANC. ANC is already killed. As Ososi said yesterday, when they were in Vihiga, Mudavadi does not even have even one MCA in Vihiga where he comes from. So what I see here is that the denial of this money is meant to kill parties. I thank God that there are people who are ready to support ODM, and actually members contribute. Once you register yourself as a member, sometimes they tell you to contribute even 50 shillings, which really helps. So Ruto intention is not going to succeed. Hata kama atajiba watu pesa ya nini. But you know, the courts have become so useless that even if you go to the court, even if they rule pro you, nothing is done. Before, if Justice Odinga rules a case and you refuse to do it, there's a way and a mechanism they used to use in Judicial Service Commission, and in that Judicial Service Commission, they could punish you. Shadisho, unfortunately, I've gotten visitors. I have to leave.
Thank you, Alex, for that great submission. I know you will be back as possible. And I really appreciate my people in the comment section. I really appreciate you because you are keeping us moving as we are entering the last part of the last segment of the show. And I really appreciate it. Let us continue driving it and let us continue being with it And as the today poll question says that, hey, is what happened to Shakahola, or the people who faced something in Shakahola, did they have the right, or the judge give them the decision that met? As they bring peace inside the people's heart? And the majority have said no, because justice is not being done. Let us see it. Let me share me with your views. Even on the comment section, also people in the comment section, let me hear about it. What is your opinion? Do people in Shakahola receive their justice? Ama kulienda aje? Will the justice be served to them? Let me hear you. Also, people in the comment section, let me to hear you. Also, it's a poll question of the day. Please let us keep up knowing more about it. Also, people watching us on Sound Candidate Live, please, also the question is there also on the poll. Please let's continue sharing it, and let us continue being with it, and let us continue being part and parcel of it, because we are here to make things work and to make things continue going better and better. Please, people who are watching us on YouTube, you are the many people and the biggest number. Please let us continue following it up. Let us continue liking the video. Let us continue upping the game. And those who are watching us on Sound Candid Live, please, I also urge you, invite people to watch also on the Sound Candid Live, and also to Bali Launch. Please, I invite those people watching us on Facebook. Please let us join the studio and let us discuss this out, and let us know where the problem is and where we can fix it and make Kenya be a better place. Kama kawaida na kama dawa. So I appreciate people in the comment section. Let us say, thank you, Shadizo, for telling us the chapter, because we need to know our rights as human beings, and also as political people. They must know their rights. So let us keep up, let us keep it up, and let us continue sharing it, and let us continue being parcel of this, so that we can make a Kenya a better place. So let us avoid any commotions inside the so that we can be good and be having a better place. Please, I urge everyone, let us come to the studio and let us discuss this out, so that we can have a good and a better solution. But before we go that way, I want to engage Jalala a little bit for as we wait other people to join the studio. I want to engage Jalala a little bit. And Mandala, there is this opportunity on the commercial has been seen in the Azimio events, whereby me as personal, I feel like it is being raised up, this commotion, so that they could prevent Raila from creating the political forums or rallies, so that they can defeat him in one or another way. So what is your perception about that? Do you feel the same, or do you feel different?
Shadizo, I think we must accept this, that Ruto thinks that he won after Maandamano, because his violence was able to, in his own mind, keep him in power. They're aware people were not very happy. We went on the street, and because things stopped, we are not on the street, I think he took it as a victory lap. So he thinks that anytime there's something, you send, goons, you get people like those who are trying to kill Baba out in the street, and people will be okay, because there's some people from out of the country who are behind him, supporting him, so they don't really care about what we think, what we are trying to do, as those who want our constitution to be respected. So yes, so they are going back to the same script. If they sound tough, they threaten, they create chaos like the one in Kisii, because it's obvious. That young man last year was arrested immediately, and the reason is that it's not serving the interests of Ruto. He's in the opposition, and therefore, for him, the constitution applies, okay? Which is okay, he should be arrested, okay? But the same constitution should also address other people too, all Kenyans. But there is Osoro. Osoro is free. The Gachagua is free. Ruto is free. Aisha Jumwa is free. All these people, all those cases, the dams, that supposed to have been money, got lost. You hear nothing. And so when they start talking about we are fighting corruption, the question, what's he talking about? I think he thinks Kenyans are bought his lies, and so they're with him as the one who is supposed to fight this corruption. And his reason for where he is because he used that violence and deception, of course, to steal the election. So I think Ruto believes very strongly in violence and also in money. If he can control it, using all kinds of methods, send our young men out, maybe Saudi Arabia, where they are, they're being abused, so that when they come to Kenya, they feel like Kenya is a great place because you are not being abused, anymore like they were in Saudi Arabia and other places. I think anything that would make us small and him big is what he's after. So there's no doubt that all this violence is for that purpose, because he cannot win fairly and squarely, and people are becoming, Kenyans are also interesting. Now that they realize this might not get them anything, they are also changing. They also questioning, and so you could see all these meetings are not the same anymore. People are tired. Kenyans are getting tired, and for him, the only tool he has is violence. Use the state machinery, and this is why I appeal to our security. If you're a Kenyan and you're disobeying the Constitution because you're listening to Ruto, you are a shame to your nation. You're a disgrace to the people. You are a thief. You're corrupt. You're a liar. You are everything bad that Constitution was written to prevent. That's who you are. If you're listening and obeying illegal orders, kill people on the street, beat them up, and do that, that's exactly who you are. There's no difference between you and those thieves and robbers on the street corner, those wash guys out there. Exactly, that's what they do. And so if you respect yourself, if you are proud African woman, African man, and you got a job, you got a responsibility to carry out, do it correctly. Because if you don't, this wananchi, they're watching. They know your name. They know where you live. They know who is responsible for the poverty that they have. They know who is taking their land to give them a job, and yet they don't get those jobs. They know. And don't think they'll keep on clapping for you. They are very angry, actually, but they just can't tell you because they don't know what to do. But when that pressure is released one of these days, you wole, nyinyi ambao mnafanya hizo vitu. So and I also believe in I think a physics law of buoyancy. For every what do you put it? There's also a displacement, the equal amount of force, okay, on a different side. In other words, whatever you do, kila ambacho unafanya, something else will happen. If you steal, if you cheat, if you lie, there's a reckoning. There's nothing which will not go unpunished or noticed. Something awaits you. If it's not on this part of heaven, and most of it's going to be right here, okay? But you see, you and me can do the right thing. Right thing is to get rid of the corrupt, do the right, get rid of Ruto, and let the constitution work, and we will be okay. That's my answer to my brother.
Thank you for that answer, and I really appreciate it. Please let us continue liking the video, let us continue subscribing, and let us continue sharing. People in the comment section, big up to you. Nawapenda sana. I love you so much, people in the comment section, because you are doing a greater job. Let us continue on. Engineer, I see engineer. Karaoke.
I see Karaoke there. Good to see you.
Engineer Karaoke, how are you?
Niko salama sana. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
All right. Good. Yes. I'm glad to see you all, and Shandizo, nice to see you back.
Thank you.
Kenyan Kora, I think that's what I can see there. I think that's Mato, and of course my good friend Pastor Lala or Reverend Lela. I'm glad to be back again in this discussion, and I had meant to talk about something else, but I will hold it for another day. But I see what the discussion is all about. I think I missed that whole discussion about the Constitution. I've been trying to study the Constitution and understand what the new Constitution talks about. But as y'all know, I'm normally caught up by these things that have to do with economics, because that is what is affecting Kenya the most. Right now, I see that the cooking gas prices have been increased after they had said that they had reduced the cost of gasoline, the petrol prices, which I was expecting them to match the price of 193 per liter that Tanzania is charging, but I think it's still in the 200. I think it'd be 206. We are still very, very far. But as they did that, reduce that price down, they also increased the cooking oil, cooking gas prices. As you can see, what they're doing is that they are playing with Kenyans when they reduce something of the same. Unajua hiyo za mambo zote zinakuja juu from, they are all byproduct of crude oil. Wanaenda wanaangusha hii lakini wanaongeza hii ingine. That is what's going on, and that has been Ruto's tactics ever since he became alichukua uongozi huko, akisema kama ile hii kesi ya this whole thing about the judges. Just about a few weeks back, he complained about the judiciary, and Gachagua is even naming names. And now that pulls in Koome, and Koome gets in the trap that already Ruto had laid for her. Na sasa ameanza kusema ati wakutane, knowing very well that those are two different branches and they are equal. The executive and judiciary are equal branches. The president cannot just summon the supreme, the chief justice, and nor can even the chief justice also summon the president. There has to be a way of how they meet together. Kama hapa in the US, they are normally they only meet when things that are laid out in the Constitution. That is when the executive meets with the judiciary and also the legislative. Kama wakati the president goes to make the State of the Union address, the justice, the Supreme Court is normally there, sitting so that they can hear. what the executive had to say. It is the same thing there in Kenya. What I would have expected Mother Koome to do and to tell the executive, kama muna kesi, mweke hiyo kesi kwa koti, tuangalie hiyo mambo kwa koti. But you cannot be addressing us and threatening us. We are a co-equal branch. So kwa Mother Koome kusema ati waliitiza appointment, mi na hata nashindwa. That is giving up your authority. Alipatia hiyo authority to executive. Sio kama zamani wakati rais president alikuwa anaweka chief justice huko halafu anamuondoa. No. Now the chief justice ndiye mkubwa wa mambo yote ambayo yanahusu koti. The same thing, the speaker of the parliament ndiye mkubwa wa legislative branch. Sasa vile Zakayo anafanya, anataka kuchukua zote zikuwe, they are all they are all serving him, which we should not be doing that. Now that's where we need to be actually be getting ready to continue on with the to start major protests until these things can change. I remember kule Israel a few months back before the war in Gaza. Netanyahu was trying the similar tactic against the judiciary. And na watu hao wa Israel waka demonstrate. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the street for weeks. Mpaka sasa huyo akashindwa. And that is what we should be doing here. Nakumbuka last week LSK walikuwa na maandamano yao. Ndio.
Sorry for interruption, but I have a query for you.
Yes.
If we need to go for maandamano as we are speaking, it's not bad. But what if even just the meeting of the opposition is being disrupted and being interrupted with the violence? So what are we supposed to do right now?
Well, maandamano are actually protected in the Constitution, of which the Constitution looks like it is a suggestion according to how Ruto is behaving. And we should not be allowing that. We should not be allowing that. The people of Kenya are the sovereign. Nakumbuka about a week and a half ago, nikiambia Pastor Ban, kuna mtu ambaye there is this thing in the Bible that talks about us being respectful to the people in the government. But I remember, if I remember very well, the definition of a government is me and you. Is the people. That is why we go vote for these people to go there and represent it. Lakini sasa what I'm expecting is that how leaders ambao tumeweka huko, they are supposed now to respect us kulingana na hiyo that particular thing in the word of God, out of which they are not respecting. So nimesikia vile umesema, I know that there is that thing ati watu wakienda maandamano alafu Ruto anatuma watu wake waanze kupiga nini. Nakumbuka a week ago kwa birthday ya baba, they disrupted it, which is against the Constitution. It's against the Constitution. We are allowed to demonstrate, and even we only have to let the executive or law enforcement just only to provide safe security as we are demonstrated, as we are speaking against something we don't like, that we want changed. That's the only time that we are supposed to have any communication with them. Otherwise, besides that, they are not supposed to even show up unless we have called them to provide security. So I don't know whether I've answered your question.
You have answered, and then you are explaining something. Wind up before you welcome Kenya Mukora.
Anyway, that's what I was saying. Halafu sasa nasoma hapa tena. Ati Ruto is betting on diaspora dollars to fix jobs gap and ailing economy. This is more than laughable, guys. It's more than laughable. Unataka watu sisi ambao tunakaa diaspora tutengeneze uchumi ambao umeharibu, kwa sababu mambo yote ambayo amefanya since achukue hiyo uongozi imekuwa tu kuharibu uchumi wa Kenya. Now, do I have confidence to invest my hard-earned dollars in a place like that where I know that corruption now is out of control? We remember during wakati wa kampeni yake, wakati aliulizwa mambo ya corruption, akasema that he is not really not so much interested in that. He said what he'll do is that he's going to give money to the judiciary to continue on. But what did he do when he became in? Akaingiza wale majaji ambao Uhuru alikuwa amekataa kuwaingiza huko, ili waende huko, walienda huko. They suspended all the cases against the people that are serving in his administration, starting with na huyo deputy wake. Hiyo tunakumbuka vizuri. So he gets in there and he takes over the judiciary by putting people that with questionable character so that they can get, the DCI, the prosecutor wake, to say that we are not going to prosecute this case, we don't have enough evidence. That is I am not going to invest my hard-earned dollars knowing very well that is being misused by this government. Asante sana.
Thank you for that submission indeed. We see we are going, and we'll be deeper. Before welcome Kenya Mukora. This about the money, the financials about the political parties. It's also on the bill of rights. It's also in the government policy. When you read about part 1, this is on chapter 12 about the public finance. You speak about it. Also about the amount of the person that speak about it is on the article 37 on 2010 Constitution. So we need to admit to that and to follow the law as it said. Here, Engineer Karuki saying that he can't contribute the money where he knows that, or he can't channel the money where he knows that the money will be snatched away. Which is not the truth, because you can't take your financials or your finances and put you are throwing it inside the water, meaning will not have a positive impact, will not have any benefit, will not make any change. Let us listen to Kenya Mukora. Kenya Mukora.
Yes, sir.
I want to hear your voice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Yeah. First of all, let me make fun of Engineer Karaoke. Amezeeka huyu tunampeleka huko kwa mama. Unajua huku somewhere we take our elderly. Unaona venye amekaa huko chini, yeah? I haven't seen this guy for a long time. He's my big fan. I'm his big fan. We work in the same industry. I like him. Engineer, a salute to you. Yeah, he's come up with something. Siku nyingine sasa tutakuwa tunajieka huko, tuko kwa swimming pool, tuko huko nyuma. Anyways, that was on a lighter note. Shedi, first of all, I'm really proud of, and I apologize for our viewers and everybody else. I had to leave. I was leaving. Shady did not kick me out, or I just had to leave at that time because I was just running out of time. Shady, I'm really happy because you followed up in what we were talking about, the constitution, because that is where we are failing as our country. We really don't even want to see this constitution, and I was happy to see you that even when you were running the show, you were looking at the constitution, and the question I was asking you that which chapter did you get your rights from? And you went and told people chapter 4. Now, the funny thing is, Shady, that you can look at that. If you ask your friend, hata ule mtu anauza mandazi hapo hivyo chini ukiamka asubuhi, umuulize uko na rights, unajua rights zako? Ataweza kuambia tu anafaa kuwa ajui kitu, ajui. And then ukiuliza mtu chapter, some of the people that say I have this right and everything, they cannot quote that chapter. That is why I was holding you accountable kidogo nikikwambia, Shady, please nipatie your chapter. And you went and did your research and you came in and you understood it. Now, I mean, you can see it. Unajua, yes, hii chapter iko hapa hivi. Sasa next time Karaki kushika, unajua utafanya nini? Utamuonesha hiyo chapter, umwambie daddy, hii ni chapter yangu, I have a right to walk around Rome na nini, na ndio hii. Hata ukipelekwa kwa judge, hata you don't even need a lawyer because you tell them this is the chapter. Ukichukua kama unatembea, here it is. Judge atakwambia nini? Unajua watu wanafungwa ama wanaongana haraka haraka atoke kwa jela. Na makara wanajua kitu. I remember one time we were moving down to pale kuna a bad spot when you're coming down.
Just a minute, please. I want to see the face of the handsome man. And the Mr. Handsome 2024. I want to see your face. Today I don't have much with you. I'll just allow Mkenya Mkora alone to be behind the curtain.
Tulia kidogo na kama. Nipe dakika 5 peke yake.
Just put on your camera, even when you are not there. I don't want to see darkness.
No, niko pali sensitive kidogo na kama. Dakika 5 pekee.
Okay.
Thank you. Hiyo poli yenyu sijui mulitoa lini, sijui kama aliambiwa ni handsome from bottoms up, kutoka chini kwenda juu, ama ni hivyo vingine. But anyways, wacha nisimuingilia, ataniingilia. That was on a lighter note. So Shady, nilikuwa nakwambia kuna time manze tumeteremka pale Naivasha. Kuna makarawa na kwa wabaya pale, if you come hata kama unaenda pole pole watakuuma. And I remember one time I was not the one driving, so my uncle was driving. Akaambia tuende ndani basi. Mtafanya nini? Wanataka pesa. Why? Kila mtu atampatia pesa. Mwenye anapita hapo, wewe tuachie kitu. Sijui nini. Hapana, mimi siwapatii kitu. Tuende ndani. Wewe mkubwa na wewe sasa nataka tu, because they know they don't have anything. All they need is the money, and it is become a norm of our country that tukaraki kushika naweza kuangalia tu hivi, kuangalia kwa aone wewe unakaa tu vibaya, akuokote. Yet if you knew the constitution, you don't even have to produce that 100. Yes, hakuna mtu hapa hivi ajeongana. Let's talk the truth. But when are we going to stop this? And that's why I wanted you, Shady, to quote that chapter, because now, even though maybe you might have known it, I don't know kama una reading the constitution, but hata kama umeiangalia ukiangalia leo, now you understand that it's where it comes from. So Karaki kushika utamwambia we chapter 4 of my constitution nasemanga hivi. So nipeleke basi ndani. Tuende kwa judge. It's okay for me to sleep in jail for one day. Yeah, I mean sitakufa. Lakini tuende kwa judge aniambie nini. And once they do that na upatikane una makosa, then you get to sue them. Because they violated your constitutional rights.
Mato, I got a question.
Hold on. Let me finish and then you come, Lala, with all due respect, sir. Then let me just jump haraka kwa hiki tu. Shady, then I'll listen because you know nikitumia nilikuambia. So then this meeting of courts and Engineer Kariuki just said it very well. There should never be any meeting. Hii kitu tunapaka tukipatana kwa kama ni judges na nini the CJ wanafaa kuwa kipatania ile time ya when a big occasion like Madaraka Day na nini, you should not meet. What are you going to meet? You're going to meet to talk about ati punguza hizi, wachana na wale. fanya hivi. What is it that you're going to talk about? Mnaenda kuongea juu ya nini? And yes, the president can be convicted hata akitoka. So are you telling us that you have to agree the judiciary and the executive who you're going to convict and who you're not going to convict? What are we going to talk about? They should never even meet anywhere. And again, nitarudi pale Shedi, my brother. I will say the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya and of any country is actually the covenant of how we are going to live together. That means Wakikuyu, Wakalenjin, the tribes, the 50 what tribes that we have, we all have different kind of ways that we live together. But how are we going to live together? And after that, even the religion, the Muslims and everything in the borders of Kenya, what is the law? The law comes from the Constitution. That is actually what we agreed to live together. Other than that, if we cannot, we just split. Tuachane nayo kabisa. Kila mtu akae, kama nyinyi Wajaluo kaeni huko, kama nyinyi Wakamba kaeni huko, kama nyinyi Muslim kaeni huko, kama nyinyi ni Shedi na Mato wameamua kukaa kwa nyumba yako, wacha wakae huko. Kila mtu akae kivyao, because we agreed to live together. And that's why you have this Geneva laws, Geneva Conventions, Chicago 1944, even the art of war, the laws that hata kama unapigana na mtu na asha surrender, you have to we have to agree on how to live together as people. And there has to be a law. Even you in your family, Shedi, and everybody here, you agree. Your wife, even wanafanyanga in your laws, even doziko. Some said consciously, unconsciously. Some come naturally or unnaturally. And then let me, as I funga, because I know Nani Lala wanted to say something. I'm here, Lala. I'm just not, I'm here. But then you spoke. Somebody spoke about the diaspora. Here's the funny thing: you cannot export labor and import labor. You see, so you're telling us, sisi wa Kenya tuende, you're telling us umetupatia kazi huko, and we don't know there. One day I asked in this show, Shedi, you were not here. I asked people, hizi kazi tunaambiwa za huko nje zina apply wapi? Because I would want to apply too. Have you ever seen where the application is? Where do we apply them? We are just told there's 30 million jobs we've made in, I don't know, tunapewa countries and everything. Yeah. And then
story tunaitanga stories za jaba.
Alafu tunaambiwa sasa ati also we've opened the border, sasa tunaleta watu huku. It doesn't make any sense, Shedi. And maybe I'm old, nimezeeka ama kitu kama hiyo. Wewe maybe nyinyi mnaweza niambia. I finish. That's my
ni ukweli umezeeka. It is true.
Wewe unajiita handsome na unakaa mungiki. Saitani.
Hiyo jina mutaizikiria wivu na until 2024.
Handsome, come on. I know it. I don't scare wivu. We shall do it. Mkenya mkora. What I'm trying to say is this. You speak something sensitive that when talk on your you begin to make me go crazy. You want me to speak and I don't want to speak. This thing that kusema kwamba ati anatoa nini watu wakuje Kenya is me mother kufanya our country to be insecure. Because our brother from Nigeria, they come here and they kill our ladies from Kenya. Because hii mambo ya kutokuja na passport. For you to get a passport, you must go through DCI. They verify that you have no criminal record. So how can you make Kenya ikuwe ni nyumba ama ni hoteli? Kila mtu anaweza ingia na anaweza toka. Stop that. Mwache mchezo. Let me listen to
hiyo ni matters national security. Sasa hiyo hamna borders. Hiyo ndio mtaleta everybody, kila mtu anakimbilia kwenye, akiua huko anakuja huko cause anajua that's a freebie. And then why do we even have why would we have military? What is the work of the military? The borders have to be. By the way, Shedi, let me ask you a question, and I'm sorry for misbehaving. Why do you have a fence and a door and a window in your house? Why do you have those?
It's to prevent the Mukora from entering my house.
Okay. You have answered my question. Aliyemana masikio na asikie.
Let me listen to Mr. Handsome 2024. You will say I'll not call the name a fool. I've called the name today earlier. So don't bring violence.
Na muache wivu. We have to be categorical about that I'm Mr. Handsome 2024. So na nimechoka na kudefend hii njina. So hawa akina Mkenya mkora ambao wanasema ati ni kuanzia chini ama ni kuanzia juu. I'm handsome from the toe to the highest point of my hair.
Can the ladies in the comment section please put a poll in there and vote on that? Can we vote on that? Can they vote on that, please?
Bwana Engineer Kariuki, kitu imewasumbua sana bwana. Mnafaa kama sasa nyinyi watu amujui kuna polls zinafanyiangwa. This thing was global bwana.
Engineer Kariuki, you need to fake it till you make it. You believe in yourself.
Anyway, ni sawa.
Jira atakuwa anania akikuwa handsome sasa Mkenya mkora atakuwa nini?
Mukora and handsome cannot be in the same word. So he disqualified himself with the name. You cannot say that Mr. Handsome Mukora. You see, bwana Mkenya mkora, wewe ulijitoa tu because I hope umeona vile magaidi ukaa. Madred rocks, nini, vitu zingine funny.
Na ukipatana na twin brother yangu mwenye anaitwa Kenyan with love. Unasikia jina Kenyan with love.
Anyway, mungoja 2025. 365 days to go. Nikiwa na hiyo title. Anyway, hata baba anajua by the way, I'm Mr. Handsome 2024. So bwana Mkenya mkora usifikiria ati ni jini ya kujibandika. Unajua anyway, so bwana Shandizo, what is happening in Kenya? What is hot? Bring me on board. Mimi najua mimi nakuanga mswa kungojea maandamano. Anything towards maandamano or towards Zakayo kuchuka?
Bernard said to me that I brought maandamano and I came back with the maandamano, but I don't see maandamano. Anyway, the maandamano is about that people are fighting Baba. That they want to demolish all the Azimio political rallies. So that before tufike Kasarani, Ruto akuwa naweza kusema kwamba watu wa Azimio hamutakuwa na rallies kwa sababu mkienda rallies mnazua vurugu. That's the aim, or that's where we are heading to. If we not be careful.
Kuna pahali kumetokezea vurugu, mimi sijaona vurugu.
Okay.
Unajua ngoja kidogo, kuna vurugu na kuvurushwa. Those are two different things.
Ndio nasema hiyo wanataka hiyo kuvurushwa ionekane kama vurugu, ni kama wenyewe mmezua vurugu.
No, we understand the meaning. So akina Otuoma hiyo sio vurugu. Hao watu we were trying to tell them to style up and hata kama wanaenda kwa Zakayo usiku, we know hiyo ni kufurushwa. Hiyo sio vurugu.
That one we agree.
Yeah, endelea.
And then the other one, hii ingine. Baka it had to stop the Azimio meeting first, so ndio tena ikaendelea.
Let me tell you, hiyo vurugu sijasikia is not serious.
It's not serious.
Yeah, anything which I have not heard is not serious. Nigani hiyo hebu describe hiyo vurugu.
Acha mchezo. I'll play that clip later, but later.
No, I'm telling you. That one hasn't reached a threshold of vurugu. Anything which, if it was a vurugu, it could be very hot here. Sijawakuta mkiongea story ya vurugu. So you people, we have to stop buying what you do want us to say. We cannot label our rallies as vurugu. Unajua, you people, you have to understand that tuko wengi sana, and when you bring 100,000 people on board, sababu some of those rallies ambazo nimeona Azimio siku hizi wako nazo zinakuja watu wengi sana. People cannot be orderly when they are very many. We understand that. So niyo mmonyoko ya watu. So what Zakayo is just worried that we have started assembling people together and people are following our movement. People want to be with us. So Zakayo is now trying to label our movement. Tunaandikisha watu. ama ni nini? See, we are trying to resuscitate our what are we doing? Like hiyo mikutano tuko nayo, what is the agenda ya mikutano yetu? Bwana Shandizo, what are we doing in our mikutano?
Registration.
Yeah, that is what we should be focusing on. Lakini sasa Zakayo anataka sasa tutoke kwa goal. Tutoke kwa football tuanzie kucheza netball. So tuanzie kuongea story ya vurugu. Now there's no in which you can register people without gathering people together. So our concept is right. So Zakayo ni vile akona people phobia. He believes that hao watu wakiendelea kutokezea hivyo they might start thinking other. Ndio unaona saa zingine unajua pia mzee akisikia bibi ameongea sana, saa zingine anatakanga kumpiga kofi moja kubwa ili asiongee sana, because anaweza ongea hadi hata afanye watoto wajue rights yao. So what Zakayo is after silencing the movement which could remove him, and we cannot allow Zakayo to silence us. Sisi lazima tuendelee na kitu yetu, na we don't need to seek authority somewhere wakati tunaandikisha watu wetu. When we are grouping, we don't need to seek. We can actually, nice addition, this is one thing which people should start knowing. We can actually meet for no reason as long as we have a political party. Tunaweza kutana tupige ndomo yetu na turudi. We don't need a reason to meet as Azimio. That is one thing which you people you need to understand. So this idea whereby people are trying to say that they have to dismantle our meeting, it is poor way of thinking, and we should not buy into that rhetoric. Actually, we should meet today, we should meet tomorrow, and we should meet forever. We should group. That is what we should be doing. So this idea of now sasa, whether kuna watu wanaenda kuona Zakayo usiku, we don't care about that. For your information, we have already allowed Zakayo to buy all Azimio people wale anataka kununua Azimio registrations. I mean, tulimfungulia hiyo bunge tukamwambia anaweza chukua yote hiyo, hatuhitaji. So for your information, hata Wandai akitaka kwenda kwa Zakayo, we have no problem with it. Hata akina Natembea wakitaka kwenda, they can go, because we know where power comes from. Power does not come from this few 340 guys who have nothing, who are actually eating our taxpayers' money. We know where power comes from. So power comes from the people.
Mr. Chair, kidogo ni wacha nichokoze huyu jamaa tu dakika moja tu, out of just ile tu kuchokoza, na napenda kumchokoza kidogo. Kwa nini mnasumbua Zakayo Kwa nini mnachokoza Zakayo? Sorry?
Don't chokoza out of the topic.
Yeah, you know, it's on his topic. Yeah, it's on his topic.
Hata akitaka kuleta story ya Addis Ababa, hata akitaka kusema kiliibiwa ni sawa. I'm ready.
No, I am a very Mr. You're saying of topic. Niye namuuliza, and I want to add on to his thing. I mean, namuongezea point. Nini? Sasa nyinyi mnaenda kuweka huko, mnaleta watu wanajileta wenyewe. Alafu sasa mnataka Zakayo aende tena tourist. Sasa atendaje na akona phobia kuona watu wengi? Sasa nyinyi unaona sasa mmemfanya hapani dege kwa sababu lazima account ile kitu mnafanya. Unaona? Now what's the problem? Mnasumbua Zakayo, anataka kwenda kutravel Germany kufanya nini? Yeye anaona huko mnaleta watu. Yeye anaenda kununua alete watu ndio pia yeye aonekane akona. Why are you giving him competition? Simwache kwanza atoke nje ya country venye alikuwa anatembea ndio muende kufanya hizo vitu so that he doesn't have to counter.
Okay, ni sawa, nimekusikia bwana Mkora. You see, there is something in life. When you are not doing anything, you don't have a lot of kuna kitu tunaitanga grace period. Unaona hata Shylock ama hao watu wanakopishana pesa, akikupea mkopo anakuambianga within 6 months, on the 7th month we want you to start paying. So ikifika 7 months ulipi, wanachungulia kidogo waone kama ni uzembe. Alafu sasa wakikaakaa, unashtukia umetumiwa auctioneer, hata amepublish kwa gazeti, anasema sasa tarehe hii we will be auctioning this and this property. So it is upon you between the day of auction And when we have published as auctioneers, you do the due diligence. Why have I used that example? You see, Zakayo stole the election, and you know that. Hakuna mtoto gani ajui. Hata mtoto mdogo anajua Zakayo stole the election. So, and when Zakayo stole the election, and the people who helped him, they thought that Kenyans will move on. Hiyo ndilikuwa akili yao. Hii tutaiba, Wakenya wa react wiki mbili wiki tatu na wasahau. But ile kitu imesumbua Zakayo hii siku yote, watu hawajatoka pale. Watu tu wameshikilia tu kidole pale. Tunajua. We know. For your information. So, and again, this march, the great march to the State House, it has not been aborted. Ni vile ijulikani ni lini. And some of these people munaona, they just need to be guided one day. Na one day unaweza shtukia wako State House. And Zakayo knows that very much. So, as long as people are assembling, they are okay and they are doing their civic duty. And there is nothing important in this life as people knowing the power of assembly. As long as muna assemble muko sawa. Bwana Kariuki, can you explain to us the power of assembly? Unajua what Martin Luther did? I think you can handle that. Mnajua hapa Marekani the power of assembly. Vile walikuwa wanaenda wanakuwa na like the way they were having like the 1 million march in Washington. You know the power of that. Hata kama hakuna kitu mnafanya, hiyo tu kutokezea tu watu wengi. It is power by itself. At least inaoneshana nyinyi watu you are in the same code of thinking. Wacha Kariuki kwanza ongea hiyo sababu najua we are still celebrating Martin Luther. Although he was not able to see what he fought for, but there is a lot which has been achieved post Martin Luther's death. And Martin Luther brought the power of assembly. That's why I want to say, if there is one thing which Azimio should not abandon, is the power of assembly. We have to assemble today, tomorrow, and forever. Hata kama ni kuassemble mpaka 2027, hiyo ndio dawa. Tuna assemble, tunakongomana pale Kitui. Watu 200,000 tunakaa hapo, tunakula ngumu zote, serikali ni mbaya, haifanyi hivi, tunarudi nyumbani. Tunateremka tunaonoka. Njoho ndio huyo anakuja anaongea sijui nani, tunasema serikali mbaya, tunarudi nyumbani. Nairobi hapo, the power of assembly, we have to use it. It is an enough weapon to put these people to task, either to do the due diligence or to vacate. Once you assemble people, finally, things start turning to the right direction. Hakuna vile watu wataassemble like for 1 or 2 months and finally hakuna kitu ati haitendeki. Finally hao watu they will discover the formula of solving their own issues. So we have to assemble na hiyo kuassemble sio maandamano. There are different tactics. Unajua watu mmekuwa mkisema kila saa, unajua mmekuwa mkisema maandamano. So what Zakayo want? Zakayo anataka sijui mavita na nini. Hapana, sisi ni assembly, the power of assembly, bringing people together. Unajua assembly brings attention. Hata yule kumbe hata sio mimi peke yake nimefinyiliwa na hii maneno. So the power of assembly brings awareness and it is the best tool. So if Azimio has gotten it right, ni sahi. The power of assembly, it's a weapon and a tool which can detonate Zakayo to oblivion.
Thank you, Mr. Ansam. 2024. You don't go away because I want to, as we wind up the first segment, we wind up together. Please,
mimi niko hapa bana. Mimi niko hapa, siwezi toroka. Naenda wapi bana?
Viewers who are watching us, please, I urge you, thank you for being with us up to this right moment where we'll be wrapping our first segment, Kamakawa, of the 5 hours note. So we are remaining with just 11 minutes where we'll be wrapping up for the show. So please, before we wrap it, so I had a engineer Karuki, there is a question that being posted onto you.
Asante sana Shadiza. Yeah. Thank you, Bwana Handsome. I'm going to change that wording on the poll. Anyway, the power of assembly is a very, very important question. Actually, something you just brought up. and with Martin Luther King Jr. back in the 60s, that he assembled all those people at the in Washington D.C. And actually, since then, people have been assembling, and it actually sends a message. I remember also late 1990s, that time I was here, there was also Mr. Louis Farrakhan that had called for a million man march in Washington, D.C. And that also did send a message, because it sends a message about the issues that are being raised by these people that have met. I also remember when Obama was elected as president during inauguration, there was more than 1 million, or whatever it was, maybe 500,000. And I remember also Trump also trying to talk about his crowd. Basically, that's the power of assembly, which actually, like you have said, we have that power to assemble. Now, I had seen Mr. Jeremani yesterday, and I wasn't able to get in, but I'm reading in his book here, in one of the chapter 1 of where he posits the question, about the Kenyan, what is our problem? And if I could read in one of his lines here, it says, in the Kenyan context, because Chinua Achebe is the one that came up with this question for the trouble with Nigeria, which he said it was squarely a failure of leadership. There's nothing wrong with Nigerian character. But according to Mr. Jeremani, the trouble with Kenya is simply and squarely a failure of the citizenry. Na ndio hiyo tunazungumzia juu yake. And I'm glad that Kenya Mkora wakati alikuwa hapa was challenging us to talk to the citizen about what is in the constitution. Wajue ya kwamba the constitution is theirs and it protects them. This issue ambayo Mr. Hadsam ameleta, the power of assembly. Hata kama mnakutana watu watano pale, kwa baa ama ni nini, mzungumze mambo ya vile mambo inaendelea kwa nchi yenu. That is protected. And I'm glad that you've brought that up. And I think this need to be actually the media, if there's a way that we can get the media to, if we can get our people in Azimio and the people that are not even Azimio, everybody in Kenya, that we get this power of assembly. Tunakutana, tunazungumza juu ya maneno ambayo inagusia mambo yetu na vile tunaweza kubadilisha Kenya. I'm still on the belief, kama Mr. Hamilton amesema, mimi nataka maandamano. Seriously, I really do. And I feel kama vile nimeweka hapo, Zakayo Ruto ashuke 2024. Na hata tumeweka hata ile nini, nikasema I'm not going to celebrate my birthday in April kama Ruto hatakuwa ameshuka. And I'm going to stay on that. Na sio ati kukutana na yeye ama na nini, hapana. Mimi nataka ama watu waanze maandamano, if it's these small assemblies and whatever it is that's going to become big. Na sasa nasikia ati State House inatengenezwa for Zakayo hatakuwa huko kwa 2 months. Sijui kama he has some fununu fulani ambao pengine amesikia watu wataenda kwa State House. I don't care whether he is there or not. I don't care. But we need more than 1 million people to show up in Nairobi. Kama, on your day off, kama hauna kitu, utokeze. Na watu waanze hiyo bunge kama bunge la wananchi everywhere. Sijui kama Sedizo huko But we really need to be continuing on with that bunge la mwananchi that will keep on and grow and grow and grow and grow. Maandamano tuseme kama ya Sri Lanka, it started like that, little groupings of that, of people that come and talk and vent about things. And then it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And there you go, before you know it, imekumba, it's all over the place. And that's the way we are able to change our government, by that power of assembly. Asante sana bwana Mr. Handsome, sasa Handsome 2024, lakini sasa rating tutaweka ingine tunaona.
Rating tutaweka mimi na yeye. Tutaweka mimi na yeye.
Na hata naona how honorable Alex ako hapa, you know,
Alex is back. Alex jana karibu anipige.
I'm glad to see the young man there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Karuki. Alex yesterday wanted to kill me because I didn't tell him we are closing the show and he didn't give the last remark. Alex, today we are wrapping up. We are remaining with 7 minutes to wrap up the first segment where we will be wrapping up. So please come in and please wind up the submission and then give us your closing remarks.
Yeah, I agree that we need maandamano. I mean, there is nothing more than we need right now than maandamano. I thought Baba said we were supposed to have maandamano on Monday. What happened? Jadisho. Baba said we were to have maandamano on Monday. What happened?
I didn't get the details clearly, so let us see. Let us wait to see the feedback from Baba.
No, but from what I'm seeing, Baba's rallies, I see people who have been mobilized and passionate and ready to do what Baba will tell them to do. So ukiangalia like Busia, people like Wanjala, Ososi, Sifuna, you know, there are some people there who are so electric. People like Oparanya, they are so electric. And if you thinly listen to their messages, is that after these rallies they finish, you know, they are wrapping up. They wrapped up Luo Nyanza. They wrapped up Kisi and Nyamira. Now they are wrapping up Western Province. I feared Western Province that it's going to give Baba a problem, but the love that he's getting from there, especially Bungoma today, I really feared Bungoma because it's our Wetangula zone. But my fear turned to joy when I saw Wetangula's brother defect. And actually, after he defected immediately, Wetangula commented about it. He commented about it immediately. It was a joy for ODM to see. And he said, I have come, Kabuchi, I'm going to support it, but the place I'm going to support most is my brother Tim Wanyonyi in Nairobi. And you know, people have already endorsed Tim Wanyonyi, and Baba Owino should give up on that. He should not start fighting. And I think Baba was wise to endorse Tim Wanyonyi earlier, because there could have been a problem if there could have, Baba Owino could have brought a problem in the last minute. So let Baba Owino still stay in the Bakassi. And the other thing that I saw in those rallies is that pained me so much is when Sifuna said, wamenyimwa pesa ya political, that name usually inanikataanga, sijui inaitwanga political what? Political fund. And the person who's funding those rallies that you are seeing is Baba himself. You can imagine how compassionate this man is and how he loves Kenya. You can see a person who loves Kenya, who can decide to use his own money in putting that podium, hizo kofia, some t-shirts and other things. It's not easy. Those are merchandise that are very expensive. So me, I'm excited. Now I'm waiting for Mombasa, Kwale, Kilifi, and Lamu. If he goes there and he succeeds, what next? Should we just say that we have recruited our members and just wait for 2027? No, that is the time now we'll tell Baba, because people have told Baba in these rallies that if we tell you that we are supposed to go to Maandamano, do not refuse us. So I see a situation whereby after this rally, and that's why Ruto is disrupting these rallies. You saw what he did in Busia, you saw what he did in Vihiga, you saw today those GSU who almost disrupted, but they feared the repercussion because people said they will retaliate. They are not going to allow these policemen to do what? To disrupt their rally at Posta. So Shadisho, the country is going in the right way. And you see Kalonzo.
Thank you. Let us listen. Alex, I'll just drive back because we need to begin another tab. Let me listen just for Stone PK just a little bit so that we can begin another tab, and then we'll listen fully from Stone PK, and then we'll come back to you, Alex.
Shadizo, Engineer Karaoke, Alex, and there was the handsome man. Handsome 2024 bana. Amepropose votes na hiyo vote imekuangusha. Karaoke amekudhiororoka na nyuma na huku jua. Ukikubali vote kama Ruto, kataa vote. Ndio kae handsome.
Yeah, you should know that Embu can also produce people who are handsome. Bwana Karaoke.
I know. Shadizo, you want to start another feed? Maybe I could just say jambo to everybody else and I wait for the other one, or should I begin a little bit? Just kidogo. Yeah, let me say kidogo, and then I'll spill over to the other side. Thank you for everyone and those who are on the comment section. Good to see you all. Kuna shida niko nayo na nitazungumza na Kiswahili kwa sababu mambo yetu inatakikana ya nini, inatakikana iwe tunaizungumza sisi wenyewe kwa kilugha yetu. Mimi naona mtindo tumezoea wa Kenya kumezwa, na tunamezwa virahisi sana. Sitaki kuenda msururu mkubwa, nataka kusema tu kwamba Wakenya ile njia inatumiwa ni ile ambayo inatumika kwa hao wanyama wanaitwa impalas. Impala wale wanajua ni wale tule tuzoaliga tu very beautiful huko Masai Mara, na huwa dume mmoja ana control breeding herd ya wengi sana, na the same thing na hartebeest na wanyama wengi ambao ni wa familia au jamii ya antelope. Sasa huwa huyu dume lazima acheze mchezo kali sana ndio kuweza kuwaweka hawa wanawake wote pamoja ama hawa jike wote pamoja. Na mchezo namba moja huwa anacheza ni wakati wowote kuonyesha kwamba kuna adui karibu. Sasa mara unaweza ona ametoka
PK, unaongea kwa sauti ndogo leo, si ungeturn sauti a little bit up? We are struggling to hear you. Thank you.
Is it everybody cannot hear me? Mimi wengine wote mnanisikia? Tatizo unanisikiza kweli?
Unanisikia lakini uko chini kidogo.
Sasa nitafanyaje? Ama ni
okay, wacha tu refresh.
Ongea tu na kusikia. Go ahead.
Sasa nasikika?
No, go ahead.
Haya basi, wacha nadhani nikifanya hivi mtanisikia vizuri.
Haya, na sasa mnanisikia kabisa nadhani.
Now
So
you are
nilikuwa
talking
nasema
now.
huo mnyama huwa anafanya ile tunaita pretending an enemy. Anatoka ameruka juu, anakimbia, anainua shingo, anaangalia huko mbali. Sasa hiyo ni kuambia hao wengine kuna hatari mahali fulani, kumbe ni uongo tu. Okay. Style ya pili ni ile crying wolf. Wakenya mumepanda mori, mko tayari kufanya mambo, then kunatolewa jambo tu pop. Nyinyi sisi wote tunaenda huko. Ukiangalia tarehe 10 wakati results zilisomwa vibaya, tuliambiwa baba anaheshimika sana, baba aonyeshe watu kwamba yeye si yeye ndio huleta fujo, results wacha tu hivyo zimetoka tuzikubali tu, manake kuna Supreme Court. Tukabembelezwa hivyo na tukaambiwa Supreme Court ndio mwisho wa mawazo, na hiyo ndio inatoa uamuzi, na tukadanganywa na tukakuwa convinced kwanza ati itaamua kwa mapenzi yetu, manake tulijua kweli huyu mtu ameiba. Tukaenda msururu huo wote, tukagufu, tukabuild mori, tension ikaingia kabisa, tukasema sasa State House tunabomoa. Tukaenda tukaanza kuambiwa baba ameambiwa kuna conference international zinakuja Kenya na hiyo image ni muhimu sana, tusibomoe State House kwa sababu itatamba vibaya katika nchi za nje. Hiyo ikaabort. Part 2 ya maandamano ikakuja, tukakuwa sasa jamaa tunataka kumngoa kabisa, anataka kwenda kidogo kidogo. Unajua tumekubali hiyo maneno, wacha tufanye bipartisan. Tukaanguka tena flat on our belly, tukatolewa pumzi. Tuka build up sasa, build up kabisa. Bipartisan hiyo imekuwa ni upuzi tu, vile tu tulikuwa tunajua na tunachengwa tukiona. Sasa watu wakasema kuna mother of all maandamanos. Mother of all maandamanos. Ndio hiyo sasa, tumeenda. Watu wanasema baba zunguka sasa tena, zunguka nchi yote. Ndio kwanza tuone kama bado tuko na watu. Listen to that. Ati baba azunguke Kenya kuangalia ama kama bado ako na following. Hiyo si ni upuzi. Ni siku gani baba alipoteza following? Truly speaking, and I'm not saying that because I'm his follower. Sijawahi sikia wakati baba amepungukiwa na wafuasi. Baba ana wafuasi kabisa, na huwa anaangusha hawa watu flat. So we don't need to entertain the story at strengthen ODM, sijui strengthen nini. Hiyo ni upuzi. Una strengthen ODM ifanye nini? Hakuna kitu ODM itafanya hata ukistrengthen. It's already strong. Sasa hii kuzunguka ni kadi tu ati kuconsolidate. Hiyo tuna nguvu. Ingine sasa hatari tena mno kabisa, ile imeleta shida kabisa. Pressure sasa, si wananchi wamekuwa njaa sasa, wote wanaimba, Central wanataka kutokelezea, hasira imepanda. Njaa tuko njaa, hatuwezi karanga. Hiyo imefika sasa, imeiva. Watu wanangoja, walikuwa tu wanangoja trigger kidogo. Trigger nani ametrigger? Na ametrigger ya kumwagilia baridi Ruto na Kome akaambiwa enda ufanye conference pale. Useme mimi nitasema nyinyi ni corrupt, na wewe uende pande ile useme unataka mazungumzo. Upuzi ung'ombe tena mwingi mno. Ati mazungumzo kati ya judiciary na executive. Dunia gani hiyo? Na Wakenya bado tuna debate about that. It is a no go. It is a zero thing. Judiciary, katiba ni ya nini if they are pretending to follow the katiba? Wewe fuata katiba vile inafuata na wewe afuata ile. Munaenda kunegotiate nini? You know, that's the big question Kenyans should ask themselves. What leverage is Kome going to look for with the president? Sincerely speaking, hii inataka Wakenya hata wa storm Supreme Court. Let's burn it out.
I mean, this is all nonsense. Kenyans, we are being fooled. Na nilisema hivyo jana na juzi na nitasema hivyo hivyo. What is it if we have a constitution that defines these powers of all these independent bodies? Executive evil. Unakuwa checked na hii ingine. What is it that you want to discuss? Vile mtanyonga watu, vile mtaiba, and then Kenyans are sitting here waiting. Hiyo sasa ndio imetumaliza kabisa. On top of that, tumedanganywa ati tujitayarishe. Now people are talking of 2027. Baba is going around recruiting. Ana recruit hao watu wafanye nini? Wapige kura 2027. Watapiga kura nchi ya nani? Ya Ruto. Ruto akiwa president. Shadizo, do you see what I'm seeing? We are in, I don't want to use that term. We are being fooled big time. We are preparing for what elections? Elections with Ruto? Ruto of Bomas? Now, Ruto of Bomas was the deputy president. He did what he did in broad daylight. Now it will be Ruto, the president of Republic of Kenya. After 5 years of presidency, you tell me you will sit there to listen that now ule ameshinda kura ni fulani. Hata Kenya ikipiga yote 100% kwa baba ama kwa ule atakuwa, there is no way Ruto will give that thing. Hakuna, it will never happen. Not with Ruto. So Kenyans, think twice. Think twice. And I'm so disappointed with Baba and his followers and all that they still have hope for 2027 through election, fair election. I don't know what Baba wamepewa, sijui wa Kenya wamekunywa nini, that they are, even you begin to imagine at Ruto we'll have an independent commission. From where? From us? From we? You know, nisaidieni kuelewa hii kitu. Labda hata mimi nimezeeka kama vile Kenyan with love amesema. Labda uzee imenisumbua. Juu mimi sipati jibu. Shadizo, back to you.
Thank you, Stone Kabe. But before we respond that, we need to go to the next tab so that we can respond that question effectively and in a good way. Let us check on the private chat. Let us all check on the private chat. There's the link on the private chat, so you can click the link to enter the next studio so that we can continue as all. Let us just click the link on the private chat and then it will take to the next studio where we'll be loading out. Tujibu huyu mzee. Tujue tunasaidiana aje kama Kenya so that we cannot remain hanging, not knowing what to do or where to go as Kenyans. Please, Kenyans, I appreciate each and everyone who have been in this first segment. We're going to another segment where we'll be rolling down and up to late hours. Please, let us keep it and let us keep all moving. People in the comment section, I invite you to the next segment. Please, let us do something and let us not leave it alone. Please join us and let us discuss this matter out so that we can make Kenya a better place and a better home. I go by the name Shadizo always, and I've been your host tonight. The first segment.